Good morning. Everybody hear me? All right. Welcome to Corpus Christi, Texas. And before I start, really, we want to thank the city of Corpus Christi and the port of Corpus Christi on being great host for us. This is a interesting and unique venue, and so we're excited to be here. So we just thank you for all the hospitality. So good morning, everyone. Before we begin, I'll take roll. I, Chairman Hildebrand, am present. Vice Chair Bell?
Present.
Commissioner Abel?
Present.
Mr. Doggett?
Present.
Commissioner Galo?
Present.
Commissioner Scott?
Present.
Okay. All right, we do have a quorum, correct? Yes. All right, thank you. This meeting is called to order November 6, 2024 at 9:03 a.m. Before proceeding with any business, I believe Dr. Jaskowitz has a statement to make.
Public notice of this meeting containing all items on the proposed agendas has been filed in the Office of the Secretary of State as required by Chapter 551 Government Code, referred to as the Open Meetings Act. I would like for this fact to be noted in the official record of this meeting.
Great, thanks, David. Commissioners, as a reminder, please turn on your microphones and announce your name before you speak. The first order of business is the approval of minutes from the previous work session held August 21, 2024, which has already been distributed. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved. Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Bell, second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Next order of business is the approval of minutes from the previous annual public hearing held August 21, 2024, which has already been distributed. Is there a motion for approval?
Abel, so moved.
Is there a second?
Second. Commissioner Scott.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Work session item number 1, update on the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department's progress in implementing the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department Land and Water Resources Conservation and Recreation Plan. There's a lot of internal affairs updates, staff. I won't go through it all, but Dr. Jaskowitz, please make your presentation and we'll hit all these issues.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is David Jaskowitz, Executive Director of Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. I would like to provide you an update germane to the land and water related plan functions inside of the department. But before I do that, I also want to give my welcome to the Commission here to Corpus Christi, the Coastal Bend. It's been since November of 2018 that the Commission has last been on a road for a Commission meeting. Commissioner Scott, you well know that. So it's great to be here. I also want to share my appreciation for the staff of the department. Moving this machine even a few hours from Austin takes a lot of effort. So I appreciate all the staff that have been working on that. Also our great partners at the port. They've been absolutely excellent in the transition of moving the Commission meeting here. So thank you to the Port of Corpus Christi. I also want to let people know in the audience and the Commissioners that we have our 80-foot Captain Murchison offshore patrol vessel that is tied up outside. And so when you get a chance to be able to go by and take a look at it, we also will have one of our helicopters, which is en route now, that'll be nearby to be able to look at as well. And one last thing before I begin, Chairman, we have Professor Ashley Tanner's Wildlife Techniques class from Texas A&M Kingsville. Some of those students are here today in the audience and will be observing the Commission meeting and process. So welcome to those members. Could you all just raise your hands? And thank you very much for being here today. So as is tradition, I will start with the Internal Affairs staff update. Internal Affairs staff frequently attend and participate in meetings with other TPWD law enforcement officers. In late September, Assistant Commander Jarrett Barker and Captain Joel Parker attended the annual State Parks Law Enforcement Senior Leadership meeting, where they provided a brief internal affairs update and discussed officer-involved shooting procedures. Opportunities such as this fosters internal relationships and communication amongst leadership and staff. In addition, Internal Affairs submitted their FY 2024 Internal Affairs Annual Report to the Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission for their review. The annual report includes a summary of FY 2024 activity cases, activity information, internal affairs initiatives for 24 and 25. Case numbers and statistical data compiled for the annual report was collected from Internal Affairs IA Pro Report Management System and the Law Enforcement Veristurm Report Management System, and you have that as a handout. Next, I would like to introduce some of new staff members, important staff members to the department. Since our last commission meeting, we have had some additional staff join us, and the first I'd like to introduce you to is Ms. Jada Luhella. After an extensive search and interview process that evaluated a deep pool of candidates, in early September, Jada joined the TPWD team as our new Human Resources Division Director. She brings over 25 years of experience with her, including stints as the HR representative at the University of North Texas, coordinator of human resources at the Department of Agriculture, and most recently, the HR director at the Texas Historical Commission since 2015. Ms. Luhella came from highly recommended by her supervisors and peers. She is someone who proactively builds trusting and professional relationships. In addition, Ms. Luhella's experience covers a broad spectrum of human resource roles and responsibilities, which has allowed her to acclimate into her new role at TPWD quickly. Please welcome Jada Luhella. Jada, there you go. Next, Mr. Zach Spector was chosen to fulfill TPWD's Chief of Land and Conservation Initiatives position. In this role, Mr. Spector reports directly to me and provides leadership capacity and engagement on a needed basis for the entire agency around conservation initiatives. Within that purview, Zach will provide programmatic oversight and direction to the Infrastructure Division's Land Conservation Program, including land acquisitions and strategic property and conservation initiatives. He will also be interacting with the Commission and providing updates on initiatives from time to time. Many of you already know Zach, as he comes from us from a prior role with the Texas Parks and Wildlife Foundation as the Director of Conservation. Prior to that, he worked in various capacities within the Western Rivers Conservancy, performing government affairs roles, project operations management, and a robust suite of complex conservation and real estate projects and transactions. Welcome, Zach. And finally, as we prepare for the upcoming legislative session that will officially kick off with bill filing on Monday, November 11th, in early October, Ms. Julie Frank joined the department as Senior Advisor for Governmental Affairs. Prior to joining us, she was part of the executive leadership team at both the Department of Family and Protective Services and in the Office of Governor under Greg Abbott. Ms. Frank, who most recently was Governor Abbott's Deputy Director of Legislative Affairs, initially was the policy liaison assigned to the department back in 2018. So she is very familiar with our agency's uniqueness and our needs, and before that, she spent over 20 years working in the Texas legislature. We're excited to have Ms. Frank as part of the TPWD Government Relations team. And is Julie in the room? She couldn't make the trip, but wanted to introduce her to you. So thank you for joining us, Julie. Next, I'd like to share with you some staff recognitions. The department has great staff working across the agency across many different issues. And at a recent Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies conference in Madison, Wisconsin, Ms. Michelle Haggerty of the Wildlife Division accepted AFWA's Stephen Keller Award on behalf of the Texas Master Naturalist Program. The Stephen Keller explored the links between people and nature, and this award recognizes the importance of connecting all the types of backgrounds to the natural world to enhance public's appreciation for conservation and nature-based health and well-being. The Texas Master Naturalist Program recently celebrated its 25th anniversary, as you know, providing education, outreach, and service to communities throughout Texas. The program is the first naturalist program of its kind in the nation to be implemented on a statewide scale, and it has served as a role model for other states and other countries. The program has an average of 6,000 volunteers per year in 49 chapters around the state, serving 213 counties. So congratulations to Michelle and the Master Naturalist Program. Thank you very much. Next, we'd like to recognize Mr. Sean Gray. During the 30th Biennial Pronghorn Workshop, which was held in Redmond, Oregon, Mr. Sean Gray, the TPWD's Mule Deer and Pronghorn Program Leader, was presented a Special Recognition Award. The workshop focused on featuring leading long pronghorn managers and researchers who shared results, management strategies, and emerging issues around the fastest land mammal in the Western Hemisphere. Mr. Gray was recognized for his leadership focusing on a team-building approach, being tenacious in coordinating research and funding and on-the-ground conservation efforts on private land. Congratulations, Sean, who's here and in a tie. And I had not seen Sean in a tie before, so congratulations to that, Sean. Next, we'd like to recognize an event that took place just a short time ago. The Kiowa tribe, Comanche Nation, Cheyenne, and Arapaho tribes, in partnership with the department and Texas Tech University, hosted an event to celebrate Native cultures and to mark the 150th anniversary of the Battle of Palo Duro Canyon, which took place in 1874. The two-day event noted the historical legacy of the battle and celebrated the tribe's vibrant cultures. The commemorative event at the Palo Duro Canyon State Park included several traditional dances, such as the Victory Dance, Gourd Dance, and Round Dance. Educational and craft booths near the MacDick Pavilion showcased the information about the histories and cultures of the Southern Plains tribes. The event was the first time all the tribes were together again in the canyon since that day in September 1874. TPWD has a long history of wildlife and fishery stocking efforts throughout Texas to promote healthy and sustainable populations. The utilization of stocking combined with traditional management practices has proven to be a powerful combination in managing Texas natural resources. In accordance with the Texas Administrative Code, Title 31, Part 2, Chapter 52, Section 52.105, the TPWD Executive Director hereby submits the agency's annual stocking report for fiscal year 2024 at the TPWD Commission meeting, and you have that handout. We have made great strides in accomplishing our land and water conservation and recreation plan action items, and I want to highlight a few of those here this morning. For instance, action item 1.5, design, plan, and implement 25 aquatic habitat restoration or enhancement projects annually in Texas creeks and rivers and lakes. I'd like to highlight the large-scale aquatic habitat enhancement at Bodark Lake, which is located northeast of Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex in Fannin County. This 26-mile impoundment of its namesake creek is the first major reservoir constructed in Texas for over 30 years. In 2016, the North Texas Municipal Water District proactively engaged the department, fishery biologists, wildlife biologists, and game wardens to identify shared goals and strategies. Outcomes achieved over the past 8 years include large-scale fishing habitat enhancements, including preservation of stands of timber and construction of over 40 large habitat reefs, which you can see here in the upper left-hand corner, consisting of trees and boulders, and installation of gravel fishing spawning beds and fish attractants. TPWD is incredibly appreciative of the collaborative partnership formed with the North Texas Municipal Water District to develop this lake into a world-class fishery, potentially competing against some of our most famous lakes in the state. Next, for land and water action item 1.6 and 1.10, referring to the management of aquatic invasive or nuisance vegetation, the department and its partners treated nearly 9,000 acres of aquatic vegetation in fiscal year 2024. The previous year's drought and cold winter temperatures and frequent spring rains inflows led to reduction in overall vegetation across Texas, which is a good thing, and it contributed to lower than anticipated need for the management of those invasive species. Water hyacinth increased statewide from germination of seed beds and outperformed giant salvinia, expanding the near threefold increase from previous years. The department released approximately 83,000 adult giant salvinia weevils to help with control of giant salvinia, and we grow these out in our East Texas fish hatchery below dam at Sam Rayburn Lake. Early detection and rapid response efforts in conjunction with timely herbicide treatments resulted in the extirpation of giant salvinia from 3 of our East Texas reservoirs. And next, the land water item that I would like to close with is item 8.1 and 8.2, where we are developing a cultural resource inventory strategy for Texas state parks. State Parks Cultural Resources Program has developed a strategy to prioritize locations for which to conduct inventories and publish reports. The strategy applies to existing parks where cultural and archaeological significance is known, as well as new park acquisitions. Priorities are based on the division's need for development of opening new parks. Cultural inventories are underway at parks not yet open to the public, including Albert Bessie Kronkowski State Natural Area, Powderhorn State Park, and Palo Pinto Mountain State Park. Field work is near completion at the Albert and Bessie Kronkowski State Park Natural Area, and we're in several of the advanced phases at Powderhorn and Palo Pinto Mountains. Rule review. I want to discuss the last group of chapters to be reviewed by TPWD under the ongoing process to review all of our Texas Administrative Code, Title 31, Part 2. Consistent with Government Code Section 2001.039, TPWD reviews its rules on a 4-year cycle to determine whether the reason for initially adopting a rule continues to exist and has been 4 years since the last review. To spread out the workload, the department reviews its rules in 3 batches, and the department has already reviewed most of the chapters, and the final set to be reviewed is Chapter 56, Agency Decision to Refuse License or Permit Issuance or Renewal, and Agency Decision to Suspend or Revoke Affected License or Permit. Chapter 57, Fisheries. Chapter 58, Oysters, Shrimp, and Finfish. And Chapter 65, Wildlife. The purpose of mentioning this rule review is to notify the Commission that this is occurring. This notice also serves to create a public record of the agency's compliance with this law, and the department will publish a notice of its intent to review the rules in the Texas Register. If the review finds that changes to certain rules are needed or that the need for the rule no longer exists and the rule should be repealed, the department staff will bring that appropriate rulemaking proposal to the Commission through the normal process. In those cases where the department staff determined that the reviewed rules should remain unchanged, TPWD staff will not propose changes to the Commission, but will seek readoption of the existing rules through the normal process. Okay. Next, I'd like to close out by recognizing an important individual to the department, an important position to the department, and that is our new Colonel and Director of Law Enforcement, Colonel Ron Vanderoost. There we go. Don't get up yet, Ron. Don't get up yet. After an extensive interview process that evaluated a competitive pool of candidates, Ron Vanderoost has been selected as our new law enforcement colonel and division director effective November 1st. Following bachelor's and master's degree from Tarleton State University and a stint as an county extension agent with Texas AgriLife, Colonel Vanderoost graduated from the Texas Game Warden Academy in 2000 and received his first game warden assignment in Denton County. He served in a leadership role in various field offices, including captain in College Station and major in Lubbock, where he's also served as adjunct faculty at Texas Tech University, instructing students in conservation law and leadership. During his tenure, Colonel Vanderoost played a lead role in developing the Field Officer Training Program and the Captain Mentor Training Program, among other accomplishments. He moved to Austin headquarters, where he was promoted to Lieutenant Colonel in 2019 and has been serving in that as the interim colonel role since September 1st. Throughout his almost 25 years of service with the department and law enforcement division, Colonel Vander Roost has demonstrated trustworthy leadership, attention to operational details, while seeing the bigger picture and being an effective communicator. He has earned the trust and respect of his colleagues, both inside the department and with external partners and stakeholders across the board, and he is also a graduate of the FBI National Academy. We look forward to Colonel Vander Roost fulfilling his new role as part of the agency's senior leadership team and representing talented and dedicated team of TPWD law enforcement professionals. Chairman, would you join me down here in the pinning of Colonel Vander Roost? Chairman, that concludes my presentation.
Okay, any questions for Dr. Jaskowitz? If not, congratulations to all of the new hires and all that have been promoted. Specifically, Colonel, I think you're going to be a great leader and role model for the rest of our officers, and I just couldn't be prouder of you and the department. So thank you and congratulations. One more time. All right, work session item number 2, financial overview. Mr. Reggie Pegues, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Reggie Pegues, Chief Financial Officer. This morning, I will be presenting the financial overview covering the following items: FY24 revenue summaries, hunting, fishing license revenue, state parks revenue, boat-related revenues, and a summary of the FY26-27 legislative appropriation request. Before I begin, before I go into specific items, I'd like to say that you may recall that there was a huge spike across all 3 revenue sources during the pandemic period, with FY21 being a record year across all lines. Since that time, there has been a leveling off, but even with these amounts, we're still near record levels. And I'll begin with the revenue summaries. This first slide is a 5-year comparison of license revenue. License year 24 finished up strong at $110 million. This is only a 5% drop from license year 21 and less than a 1% drop from license year 23. This next slide is a 2-year comparison by license type. As mentioned, there was an overall drop of less than 1% from LY23 to LY24, with no significant variances by dollar amount. There was a slight uptick in hunting revenues, offset by slight declines across the other areas. Next up is state parks revenue. As with license revenue, you'll see a leveling off since the record year of 21 to settle at $61.7 million for FY24. This is only a 7.5% drop from record year FY21 and a 1.5% drop from FY23. This next slide is a 2-year comparison by fee type. As mentioned, there was an overall drop of less than 1.5% from FY23 to 24, with no significant variances by dollar amount. Total visitation was also down by a similar percentage at 1.8% to finish at roughly 9 million. Moving on to boat revenues. The 5-year trend reflects a 16% drop from record year FY21 and a 9% drop from license year FY23 to settle at $21.6 million for FY24. This is somewhat steeper than the other revenues, but this is more of a result of the 2-year registration cycle than any other factor. And this next slide is a 2-year comparison by type, showing a slight drop across all lines. Next, I'll be providing a summary of our legislative appropriations requests. Our legislative appropriations request is our funding request for the 26-27 biennium. Our LAR was submitted in September, followed up by a joint budget hearing with legislative staff in October. One of the key elements framing the development of this LAR has been our ongoing concerns with game, fish, and water safety, or Fund 9 general balances. Evaluations indicate that existing funding mechanisms may be inadequate to effectively support efforts over the long term. As such, many of our additional needs are requesting general revenue appropriations in lieu of general revenue dedicated amounts. Next, I'll go over the actual items in the LAR. In terms of the actual request, it consists of 2 main components: the baseline request and exceptional items. The baseline limits are the amounts to maintain agency operations at the 24-25 level, less items deemed one-time in nature. Some of these items are non-law enforcement vehicles were considered one-time and removed from the base. $21 million in local grant funding was removed, and $600,000 for a coastal vessel were removed and considered as one-time items. This calculation also only applies to general revenue and general revenue dedicated sources such as Fund 9, the Game, Fish, and Water Safety account, and Fund 64, the State Parks account. This does not apply to federal funds or other funds such as appropriated receipts. This figure is calculated by the Legislative Budget Board and the Office of the Governor. Items in excess of this amount are classified as exceptional items and submitted as a separate part of the request. In terms of the actual calculation, this next slide shows how these amounts are determined. The GR amount of $496.7 million includes estimated amounts for sporting goods sales tax, and the GR dedicated total of $381.8 million includes amounts to be funded from the Game, Fish, and Water Safety account and the State Parks account. And keep those numbers in mind as I go over the next slide. This next slide is a summary of the base request and exceptional items by method of finance and full-time equivalents, or FTEs. The first line is the base request at slightly over $1 billion. You'll notice the general revenue and general dedicated amounts in column 2 and 3 tie to the base amounts from the prior slide at $496 million and $381.8 million. Federal funds in column 4 and other funds in column 5 consist of various appropriated receipts, license plate funds, and various collections, and these are not capped. These are based on our agency's best estimates. Baseline full-time equivalents are requested at the current cap amount of $3160.9. Moving on to the second line item, additional FTEs of 106. These items are for additional FTEs for state park-related purposes. And this is only a request for authority and not additional funding, so we'll use current funding to fund these additional positions. Next is a summary of our exceptional item in the amount of $230.8 million and 38 FTEs, which I'll go into more detail in a later slide. This brings the total request to $1.2 billion. And as previously mentioned, fund balance concerns is why we're asking for the majority of the request as general revenue. Going over some of the baseline funding highlights. Divisions are funded at 100% of FY 24-25 operating base, at least at this point in the process, since there were no mandated budget cuts in the instructions. Also in the base is capital construction major repairs related funding of $115 million, with $92 million for state parks related projects and $23.2 million for Fund 9 related projects. As mentioned, next is the schedule of our exceptional items in priority order. Item 1, capital transportation of $14.8 million for the replacement of non-law enforcement vehicles that I mentioned that were removed from the base. This would cover 283 additional vehicles. Item 2, critical repairs of headquarters of $21.4 million. The Austin headquarters building dates from 1976 and is in need of critical repairs, including replacement of HVAC units original to the building, ADA facility upgrades, and building modernization. Item 3, employee compensation for $69.8 million. This is to provide targeted salary actions for TPWD employees, excluding Schedule C, which is law enforcement, where salaries are below the same classification as other Article 6 or natural resource agencies. Item 4, expand and modernize game warden presence. This exceptional item requests $78.1 million and 30 FTEs to expand and modernize the game warden presence across the state. Amounts would provide funding for ongoing aircraft operations, body camera data storage, game warden computers, vehicles, in-car automation, including the implementation of e-ticketing, enhanced voter education, and capital construction for the Game Warden Academy and other LE facilities across the state. Item number 5, agency technology modernization. Our 5th exceptional item requests $7.8 million for projects identified during a recent initiative examining critical agency modernization needs for expansion and improvement of agency network, expanding data services, procure low-code applications, RPA or robotic process, and software procurements. Item 6, access conserved fisheries and wildlife resources. We are requesting $6.3 million and 6 FTEs to maintain and improve access to and conservation of fisheries and wildlife resources utilizing TPWD dedicated funding sources to be used for growing saltwater hatchery productions, expanding hunting fishing opportunities, and keeping freshwater facilities in good working condition. And our last item, number 7, is Texas Farm and Ranchlands Conservation Program. For this exceptional item, TPWD requests an additional appropriation of $30 million and 2 FTEs over the biennium to increase grants awarded for the purchase of long-term conservation easements to address the landowner demand. This is in addition to the $2 million that's currently in our budget. And next, I'll go into some of the steps as far as the remainder of the process. As I mentioned, we submitted our LAR in September. We had a joint budget hearing in October with legislative oversight staff. Currently, that staff is analyzing our budget, looking at our base request and our exceptional items, and they're basically determining if and what amount of exceptional items will be included in the bill. They can include all 7, none, or any combination of that. Once they finish that analysis, it'll be incorporated into the introduced version of the bill, which comes out in January, and then we'll have an opportunity to examine that budget. And if some of our items weren't funded, we'll have another opportunity to maybe add those items again if we feel strongly enough about it. From that point, we'll go into we'll have an opportunity to present our budget at Senate Finance Committee and House Appropriations Committee. Give us one more opportunity. From that point, it'll go into what's called Conference Committee, and they'll deliberate and they'll match the Senate version and the House version. And from that point, once they agree on that, then the Conference Committee becomes the General Appropriations Act, and we start the process all over again. And this concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Reggie. Any questions by the commission for Mr. Pegues?
This is Commissioner Bell. One question. Did the Comptroller's Office, I know normally there's something sent out that says about what we're dealing with on overall budget. Has that document come out yet?
Yeah, you're referring to the biennial revenue estimate. That has not come out yet, but that typically comes out toward the beginning of session. The way it impacts us is one of our line items is sporting goods sales tax, last biennium. So we're appropriated 93% of what's for sporting goods sales tax. Last session, the BRE number was actually higher, and so we got an additional amount of sporting goods sales tax, and also some other items based on those estimates. And that's one of those items when they do the conference committee or when they do the introduced version of the bill, they'll take that into account. If there's an increase, they'll automatically add that increase in their budget. But that it's required to be out at the beginning of session. So we haven't reached that point yet.
Thank you. I thought maybe I had missed something, so thanks for letting me know I haven't.
Great. Any other questions? If not, I want to thank Reggie and the team for all the hard work you've put into developing the budget. we know there's a lot of work ahead in dealing with the Legislative Budget Board. We will certainly expect some adjustments to the exceptional items as things progress. So I'd ask that you really stay on top of those changes, keep both me and the commission updated as the process unfolds. And finally, I want to make sure the agency remains a responsible steward of taxpayer dollars, and that will continue to be our top priority. Even though the state of Texas is probably going to have a record surplus this year on its budget, that doesn't mean we should just spend it all, from my perspective. We need to ask what we need, and we need to ask for no more. And so I would ask that you and the team dig into this, and with the overarching element of being fiscally responsible and conservative in terms of how we run this agency, because it's important. It's the state of Texas, and it's what we do. We try to run a lean government. So anyway, but thank you for the work. Appreciate it.
Thank you for the kind words, and we'll keep that in mind.
You bet. Thanks, Reggie. All right. Work session item number 3, internal audit update. Ms. Brandy Meeks, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Brandy Meeks. I'm the Internal Audit Director. This morning, I'd like to update you on last year's and this year's internal audit plans, as well as recent external audits and assessments. So this and the next slide show the status of last year's internal audit plan. As you can see, we are trying to complete that plan, working very diligently. We are currently in the fieldwork phase for our cloud computing cybersecurity audit. We are in the fieldwork phase for our co-op recreation grants audit, and in the reporting phase for our external public safety programs audit. We've also finished the follow-up for Q4 of fiscal year 24. As far as fiscal control audits are concerned, we are finishing those up. We just started the planning phase for the San Angelo State Park fiscal control audit. We're in the reporting phase for the Lake Casablanca and Meridian State Park audits. And we have completed the Government Canyon Fiscal Control State Park audit. We have also, we are wrapping up the Brownsville Law Enforcement Office Fiscal Control audit. This and the next slide show the status of our current audit plan. We have not yet started our assurance or cybersecurity projects, but we have made headway in our advisory and our administrative and other projects. We've attended a BRITS Rewrite Steering Committee meeting. We've also completed the Chapter 59 Law Enforcement Seizure and Forfeiture Review. We've also completed the Internal Audit Annual Report, and we are working on a special investigation with the Law Enforcement Division right now. As far as external audits and assessments are concerned, since the last time we've met, they have completed the Comptroller's post-payment audit, as well as the Department of State Health Services audit of the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act funding. And there are no ongoing external audits and assessments at this time. And I'm available for any questions if you have any.
Commissioners, any questions of Ms. Lofi?
This is Commissioner Bell, one. Brent, are we comfortable on staffing right now?
Nope, sorry.
Yes, sir, we are fully
Meeks.
staffed, and I'm very proud of my team. They're working very diligently, getting up to speed with our shop, so it's going really good. Thank you.
Okay, and just to the internal audit staff, I don't know who may be here, but we appreciate y'all too. So
Kelly Devaney, she is our state park guru.
there you go. Thank you for being here, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Meeks. I apologize on that. Great work, and thank you as well.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, work session item number 4, job order contracting delegate authority for approval of contracts over $500,000, recommended adoption of proposed rule. Ms. Andrea Lofi.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners, Dr. Yaskowitz. For the record, my name is Andrea Lofi, Director of the Infrastructure Division, and this item is job order contracting and the delegation of authority for approval of contracts over $500,000. Job order contracting, or JOC, is an alternative procurement method. It's used to expedite maintenance, repairs, and minor construction. With this procurement, delivery times, types, and quantities are indefinite. We published a request for competitive sealed proposals for JOC contractors in May of 2024. This solicitation is for a $50 million program, an initial $20 million program plus 3 $10 million renewal options. And multiple contracts were awarded in September. This was after the Commission in August authorized us to move forward with major contracts. At your direction, we published in the Texas Register a proposed amendment to rules governing department contract practices for projects greater than $500,000. The proposed amendment would delegate authority to the executive director to award jobs, tasks, and purchase orders in excess of $1 million or greater, and it would delegate the authority to the TPWD Infrastructure Division Director and the Deputy Director for those awards that are in excess of $500,000, but not more than $1 million. Government code requires the governing body of an entity to approve each job, task, or purchase order that exceeds $500,000 in value. The same chapter also allows the entity to delegate its authority. And this delegation would bring the JOC program consistent with our other capital construction contracts. As of 7 a.m. this morning, there were 5 responses. 4 are in agreement. 1 is in disagreement. However, the comment for that disagreement is that it supports the delegation, but encourages oversight. Staff requests this item be placed on Thursday's agenda for public comment and action. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Any, Commissioner Scott?
One thing I'd like to ask, and David, this might even reach over to you since you're over everybody. It has been brought to my attention by some contractors I happen to know that and having been a contractor all my life, I understand this business pretty well. One thing I would like to make sure that we're doing as an agency, particularly now that we've got some funds to spend to upgrade and to do these projects, is that we have enough people to be doing the inspections and to be doing and getting the pay orders submitted to us, handled in a shortest period of time. I understand we have the rules and regulations, but for us to continue getting good, qualified, and cost-effective bids, we have to do our part to get them paid. So I just wish to whomever internally y'all need to do that. I just ask that y'all please look into that because we need to do that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And if I could, I'll comment on that. We have expedited those processes. In fact, we're bringing in third-party inspectors now to help with that. We also, during COVID and the couple years after COVID, we were not fully staffed with our inspectors. We now are. And those are master plumbers, they're master electricians. So a very accomplished, very skilled staff who works in that area. And we've streamlined the process.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions for Ms. Lofi? If there are no further questions, I'll place this item on the Thursday Commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. Thank you, Ms. Lofi.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Work session item number 5, rule review, recommended adoption of proposed changes to Chapter 51. Ms. Laura Carr, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Laura Carr. I'm an Assistant General Counsel for the department. And this presentation will be about the recommended adoption of proposed changes arising out of the first round of rule review. As Dr. Yaskowitz mentioned this morning, we are undergoing the rule review process. And this process is to determine whether our rules and their reasons for initially adopting them continue to exist. It also gives us the opportunity to make minor housekeeping type changes to those rules. The first group of rules that we looked at was chapters 51, 52, 55, 60, and 61, and we are only proposing changes to chapter 51. The first proposed change relates to section 51.61 regarding enhanced contract monitoring. Our current rule lists 16 factors that the department will consider when determining a contract will require enhanced monitoring. The Comptroller's Office, which oversees the state procurement and contracting process, has directed us to consider additional factors and will presumably make similar requests in the future. Therefore, we propose adding some catch-all language to the rule, allowing the department to consider additional factors that it determines appropriate to make the process not only more effective, but also to prevent staff from having to keep coming back before the commission each time they want to add an additional factor. The second proposed change is to section 51.168 regarding nonprofit partnerships to promote hunting and fishing by resident veterans. This is a very minor change to align the abbreviations used in that chapter. That rule has an abbreviation of NPP for nonprofit partner, and we're proposing to change that to NP, as you see there in yellow, to again align that with the abbreviations that are used in the other rules. And then finally, we are proposing to repeal section 51.301A, which is a rule related to the disclosure of customer information. Several years ago, the legislature made various changes that impacted the department's ability to disclose its customer information, and as a result, we repealed multiple rules. Subsection A was one of the provisions that was voted on for repeal, but due to an administrative oversight, it remained intact, and therefore we are proposing to actually repeal it this time because it is no longer relevant due to those legislative changes. As of this morning, we had actually received 8 public comments. 7 agreed completely. 1 disagreed specifically with the proposed change to the enhanced contract monitoring change. That commenter believes that the change should be highly audited to prevent government abuses in awarding contracts. And I believe that the proposed change will actually align with the commenter's concern because it will make our monitoring process more effective and more efficient. We are requesting that this item be placed on tomorrow's agenda for public comment and action. And with that, I will answer any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Carr? If not, I'll place the item on the Thursday commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. Thank you, Ms. Carr. Work session item number 6, rule review, request permission to publish proposed changes in the Texas Register, Chapter 53 and Chapter 69. Ms. Carr, please make your presentation.
Again, I'm Laura Carr. I'm an Assistant General Counsel for the department. And continuing with our rule review items, this is going to be permission to publish proposed changes arising out of the second round of rule review. So our second group of chapters that we reviewed, were chapters 53, 59, and 69. And again, this is the opportunity to make minor changes to those chapters. We are proposing changes only to chapter 53 and chapter 69. The first proposed change is to section 69.304 and section 69.305. We are changing pronghorn antelope to just pronghorn, as you'll see in yellow. This is an ongoing effort by the department to change that terminology throughout its rules because a pronghorn is not actually an antelope. Our next proposed change is to section 69.4, just to correct a numbering error in the rule, which refers to an incorrect number of paragraphs. So you'll see there again in yellow, we will be correcting the number to correctly reflect what's in the rule. And then third, we are proposing to update the names of endangered and threatened plants listed in section 69.8. So those changes again are in yellow. Those are the updated scientific names that will be correctly reflected in the rule. And then finally, we are proposing changes to section 53.10 and section 69.305 to update the name of the accrediting entity that's listed in the rule. It will correctly say Association of Zoos and Aquariums. We are requesting permission to publish these proposed changes in the Texas Register for public comment, and I will take any questions. Thank you.
Questions? If not, I'll authorize staff to publish the rules in the Texas Register. Thank you very much, Ms. Carr. Work session item number 7, cultivated oyster mariculture program rule revisions, recommended adoption of proposed changes. Dr. Lindsay Glass Campbell, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Dr. Lindsay Glass Campbell. I am the Cultivated Oyster Mariculture Program Coordinator in the Coastal Fisheries Department, our division. Today I'll be presenting proposed amendments to the Oyster Mariculture subchapter with recommendation for adoption. For those that may not be as familiar with the Cultivated Oyster Mariculture Program, or COM as we commonly abbreviate it, and I will use that term throughout this presentation. In May of 2019, the 86th legislature authorized House Bill 1300, which created Parks and Wildlife Chapter 75 and delegated to the Parks and Wildlife Commission the authority to regulate the process of oyster mariculture in Texas. This has allowed mariculture to become a new industry in Texas, and Texas was the last coastal state to allow this in our country. In turn, the department in 2020 adopted the regulations, the first and current regulations governing oyster mariculture. The first COM permit was issued in July of 2021, with the first harvest occurring in April of 2022. Oyster mariculture industry provides both an economic and ecological benefit to our coastal region. Currently, we have 12 grow-out sites, often called farms, where oysters are harvested, are grown out and harvested for consumption. We have an additional 31 of those sites in conditional status, whereby they've been approved by TPWD, but they are gaining their other agency authorizations before activities can begin. We have 2 nurseries and 2 hatcheries, and this is where oysters are grown, spawned and grown in early life. Since harvest began, now, based on my most recent numbers of harvest reports, 1.75 million oysters have been harvested. Now, COM oysters are singles, so not sold in sacks, and the current ex-vessel value per oyster is 68 cents. So when the regulations were first adopted, this was a brand new program in Texas, and the department was aware that as the program and the industry developed, there would probably be a need to revisit and refine and modify the rules. The goals of these proposed revisions are really to clarify and refine the program rules, which will in turn improve programmatic efficiencies, reduce regulatory burden both on COM industry members and the department. And this was based on extensive communication and input from our industry members, the department biologists, and our game wardens, plus guidance from the Texas Department of State Health Services and the National Shellfish Sanitation Program, abbreviated NSSP, which are the guidelines governing oyster health and safety as recognized by the FDA. So a roadmap of where we're going in the major topics that I'm going to cover: the issue of where farmers can tumble and sort oysters, then allowance for permit transfers, proposed extension for the sunset provision regarding oyster genetic integrity, a proposed reduction in mariculture oyster harvest size, then a group of changes that are more clarifications of existing regulations, and finally we'll cover sections proposed for repeal, mostly due to other proposed changes. Tumbling and sorting is a common oyster mariculture practice which uses a mechanical process that separates oysters according to size. In addition, this cleans the oysters and promotes a uniform shell shape in that deeper cup. These pictures show examples of one of the machines used for this. As the tube rotates, the oysters go down and fall through the different size holes and collected in the bin underneath. Now, many of our permittees perform this activity on their boats, on the water in their permitted areas. However, our bays and estuaries of Texas, due to wind and wave action, sometimes this process is not safe or feasible to do on the water. So permit holders requested that they be allowed to temporarily remove oysters from their permitted site to shore to conduct this process. The department saw that this was reasonable to allow, provided that the oysters were returned to their site prior to harvest. Currently, regulations are silent on tumbling and sorting either way. The proposed amendment would codify a mechanism for oysters to be temporarily located for tumbling sorting from their permitted area. We propose to allow COM permits to be transferred. After listening to feedback from the COM community, the department considers that because these permits have a 10-year term and that the activities from these permits result in business ventures, that there's likely during that period, 10-year period, times when, due to business activities, ownership may change. Therefore, we've determined that the transfer of permits would be reasonable and less disruptive to the locations. The proposed amendment would provide that permit holders could apply for this transfer with a $200 transfer fee, which is the same as an application fee, but all the permit provisions, conditions, and effective dates would stay the same. Our regulations specify that oyster seed, or baby oysters that you can see in this picture, for mariculture must be produced by Texas broodstock grown in Texas hatcheries. This regulation includes a so-called sunset provision that allows the use of a non-Texas tetraploid line and the use of out-of-state hatcheries before the sunset date in 2027, with the intention after that date the industry would have developed enough that we could revert to this Texas-only regulation. The development of the Texas origin tetraploid line is being conducted outside of the department by researchers in the industry. Currently, they do not expect that the full development plus stabilization of that line and distribution of the line will occur by the sunset date. Additionally, while we have 2 hatchery groups within Texas, currently only one of those has a large commercial scale production. Based on these factors, we propose to extend the sunset date to 2033 to allow for this burgeoning industry to establish a more robust infrastructure. We propose changing the size limit of COM oysters from 2.5 to 2 inches. The original limit was based on both the predominant market size, and that's still the predominant market size, and to ensure that oysters could be distinguished from undersized wild oysters. Consulting with our staff, and especially our game wardens, and as we've gotten to know this industry and seen hands-on what these COM oysters look like produced in Texas, we've determined that these can be readily distinguished from wild oysters. And so the minimum size limit can be reduced, which gives farmers more flexibility for some other markets and opportunities to meet the market demand for a variety of sizes. The proposed amendment additionally creates a 5% cargo allowance for undersized oysters, which mirrors what is in place for wild oyster harvest. Now on to our clarification section. Because many of our oyster hatcheries also function as nurseries, it would be more efficient to group these in one permit type. So we propose changing the name of the COM nursery only permit to the COM nursery hatchery permit and expanding the text to include hatchery activities such as producing broodstock or producing seed from broodstock. We want to refine our current text surrounding oyster seed that is grown in prohibited or restricted waters to harmonize with the language of the NSSP, which, as a reminder, are the federally approved guidelines over oyster health and safety. This will help reduce any confusion about variation between the 2 sources. To reiterate an important health and safety requirements specified by the NSSP, we propose to explicitly specify that oysters that are out of the water for any reason, be that desiccation, tumbling and sorting, splitting bags, that oysters that are out of the water longer than the time to temperature control limits established by the Texas Department of Health must be resubmerged for a minimum of 14 days prior to harvest for raw consumption. This allows the oysters to purge contaminants. Now you can see we have some yellow text on here, and we request the addition of that text highlighted in yellow as it came to our attention after we presented at the August Commission meeting that there are some cases, while this is really rare in oyster mariculture, when oysters that are harvested and tagged for shucking and post-harvest processing where that 2-week resubmergence requirement is not needed. The addition keeps the intent of the regulation, ensuring the safety of the products that could be consumed raw without prohibiting an NSSP-approved type of harvest. Next, we want to contemporize the way our permit holders can be contacted should their gear be found by adding the option to use a contact phone number on gear tags. We propose to revise text on processes already outlined in the rules, but add clarity for the process of adding a sub-permittee to the permit and the process of obtaining the oyster transport authorization, which is the documentation that they need when moving oysters that are not harvest tagged around the state. That creates that paper trail, shows ownership of those oysters. And to make our COM public meetings more efficient, we propose that COM public meeting notices be effected via the department's website and adding the option for a virtual hearing. Our final clarification creates a COM harvest authorization. This is an annual authorization that more clearly meets in a visible way the guidelines that harvest authorizations only be for 1-year period required by the NSSP by having that yearly date range on that authorization. While we already have internal processes that are compliant with NSSP for this, we want to ensure that there's no misunderstanding should somebody see our COM permit, which has that 10-year effective date, and confuse that with that yearly harvest authorization. This will be issued annually to our grow-out permit holders and will not result in any new requirements or additional fees for those holders. The final topic I'm going to cover are repeals. First, the rule concerning oyster seed hatchery, with the proposed changing and streamlining of the nursery hatchery permit, this will no longer be needed. Next, we propose to repeal the rule within this chapter concerning the agency's decision to refuse to issue or renew a permit. Now, these processes aren't going away. They're just going to get a move. We propose to add COM to the list of licenses and permits covered by Chapter 56, which contains the department's uniform processes for these activities. Finally, our prohibited acts section, the majority of that text is redundant to text already in the general provisions. The 2 non-redundant items would be distributed within the general provisions, up in the general provisions. So rest assured that anything that was already prohibited will continue to be prohibited. Okay, now taking a breath after getting down in the weeds, which, with oysters, they're covered by multiple agencies in that intersection. So taking a step back, in bringing into focus that these proposed revisions are to clarify and refine program rules, increase efficiencies, and based on the feedback from our industry members and our staff and those involved in the COM industry. We held together public comment. We held a virtual public meeting on October the 9th. 11 people attended and 4 gave verbal public comment at that meeting. Since then, we have a now total of 16 comments in agreement. 2 of the agreeing comments mention reduction in permit fees. 8 agreeing comments request the use of Gulf of Mexico only triploids. And the agency received unanimous support from the Coastal Resource Advisory Committee and the and the Oyster Advisory Committee. And the GLO Federal Consistency Coordinator determined that the proposed revisions are still consistent with the Coastal Management Plan. The agency additionally received organizational letters from the Texas Press Association regarding disagreement with removing the requirement to publish in the newspaper, the Texas Oyster Mariculture Association and the East Coast Shellfish Growers Association requesting a revision to allow the use of a non-Texas parent triploids from the Gulf of Mexico. And the Texas Aquaculture Association was in support, but requested the use of Gulf of Mexico triploids and to reduce fees to a $450 flat rate. With the summary, the staff requests that this item be placed on Thursday's agenda for public comment and action with the additional text change. With that, I will take any questions.
Any questions for Dr. Campbell?
I do. Leslie Doggett. Dr. Campbell, first is, this is very exciting and meaningful stuff that you're doing with our oyster population. Thank you. Thank you for all that. And I enjoyed your presentation. Just for sort of basic information stuff, it was real interesting. We had the slide that had the tetraploid and then the fully developed oyster in it. How long does that take for a tetraploid to fully developed?
The tetraploid line?
Yeah.
That is really dependent. You know, kind of the estimate was 6 to 8 years. So there's a lot of steps for that tetraploid line. First, they gather the seed. They're going to do some chemical induction to produce triploids, and from those, find ones that are non-sterile that can produce, and then those that do produce, are their gametes viable? So then they have those, and then they have to breed those to get that. So you have that triploid, which is 3 chromosomes, and then to get the tetraploid, you got to breed those to get 4 chromosomes, and then from those, have to find those that can produce gametes, and then even those, the gametes that they produce are viable. So that's, you know, they find that, and then once they've sort of found some of those, that's where that gets into that stabilization, making sure they're somewhat fragile, those more fragile than, say, normal oysters. Stabilize that line and be able to replicate it. So that's kind of that process is there's the ideal that, oh yeah, it could go 6 years in general, but it can go a little longer if you have a crash or, you know, the oysters produce seasonally. So if this first batch you didn't find what you need, then they have to go to the second batch. And then again, then talking with the industry members, saying that stabilization, so then they have to replicate that, and then getting it distributed to the various hatcheries that would use them, and those hatcheries getting up on the techniques.
So once stabilized, then fully developed is how long?
Let me see, probably another 2 years.
Couple of years?
Yeah, because it takes, you know, they have to have that.
And so you said we had, was it I'm trying to remember, 1.7 million oysters farmed? Mm-hmm. In pretty short period of time?
Yeah.
2 years? And that's with 9 farms? Is that what we have?
Right now, currently producing and harvesting are 7 of our farms.
7 farms?
Yeah.
And what is the department's expectation on that? How many farms would we like to see out there in the Gulf?
Well, you know, TAC doesn't limit the number of farms, and right now, since it's so new, I don't think we're anywhere near our carrying capacity. In the future, we may need to revisit that as it grows, but like I said, there are 31 farms in that conditional. A group of those, about 20, are coalition of wild harvesters, shrimpers that are working to kind of look at this opportunity to maybe move out of those. So they're in that conditional phase with gathering other permits. You're probably looking at a year before they're up and running. So, you know, I think it's just still a growing industry, and our farmers meeting the demand, you know, working to meet that demand that they're getting from.
So that 68 cents, that's an interesting number. Is that, is per oyster, is that wholesale number?
Yes.
So that's what the farmer gets?
Yes. So that's over, when they submit harvest reports, also kind of divide it. They can sell to another dealer, they can sell to a restaurant, or they can sell to individuals. You know, if they're certified by the health department, selling to individuals, they're getting anywhere between 80 cents to $1 or more.
Right.
Selling directly to restaurants, they get 74 cents is the average. And then when they sell to a dealer, another dealer, kind of that middleman, it's a bit lower, but overall, that's what they're getting.
So would you know if this model is currently economic for the farmers? Are they making money, or are they having to put in capital to keep them going until they make money, or where are the economics on this now?
I'm not privy to their economics.
Or you don't have visibility to the financials on all
No.
that?
Yeah.
Right. So anecdotally, what do you hear that on the economics?
That, you know, there is getting past those first startup costs with your gear and your seed, but I mean, they're continuing, they're being successful, so that they are excited about where it's going and they're finding their market.
Yeah. So I know you said 31 is in the current plan. So is there any expectation for the quantities of oysters that can be farmed in total? Or is it just sort of a step, just go, we'll see as we go?
See as we go.
Yeah.
When farmers start, you know, if they have a 2-acre or a 10-acre plot, they may, for the first years, they're not going to necessarily build out that full plot. So it's kind of hard. And then it also depends on their individual business plan of how far they space cages, the density in there, and then even within their cages, how dense they keep their oysters and pests.
Right.
So it's a little hard to project, yeah.
Well, great. I just want to thank you for your work on this front. This is really exciting stuff. So appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Doggett. Any other questions for Dr. Glass? I've got a couple. So mariculture versus kind of natural or standard reef harvesting. Do you have any idea on the volume of, is it the number of oysters or pounds? Is that the unit that you use to, is it just number of oysters per?
So for mariculture, they report in the number of oysters. Now we're currently doing a meat weight study to kind of get that conversion factor, which is used with the wild harvest. They report sacks, and it's like estimated, well, if there's this many sacks, that was the total weight, and then you get a meat weight from that. So we're working on that, but it is more difficult apples and apples comparison just by how harvesting is packaged and reporting.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a couple questions, and you're not going to have all the answers. So, but you can get back with us on this. One is, I'd like to see the relative volume of mariculture versus kind of wild natural harvest. What are in Texas waters today?
Right
and you
now-
don't have to answer today, but maybe you've got the answer.
Okay, well, so the total sacks last year, the 23-24 season for wild harvest, if you include public reefs and private reefs, total sacks 223,000. And if you say a sack has 260 oysters in there, so that's just a magnitude more, but the area covered by our wild harvest is much greater than what's covered by our farms. So
Okay, so 223,000 sacks times 200, that's the take in 2023?
23, 24, yeah.
2023, 2024. And in that same period of time, what do you think, if you want to equate it to sacks, or how many sacks do you think we did from a mariculture standpoint?
Okay, so we look at about 750,000 divided by 200.
150, okay, so 6, all right.
Okay.
Okay,
Chairman, Robin Rikers, Director of Coastal Fisheries. It's 46 million is what she gave you for the wild harvest on individual oysters, basically, to about 1 million oysters, which she said was the harvest in that year. So
46 million wild
to about
versus 1
right
million.
now currently
Got it. So
raised, yes.
it's in the fledgling stage of the industry. And so another question, and Robin, maybe you can stay up here. What do you think the likelihood is that someday we become a fully mariculture-driven oyster producer versus kind of, taking down reefs in our coastal bays?
Certainly, in the Chesapeake and on the East Coast, that is kind of where industry has moved towards, but that is because they basically lost their wild harvest. Here with our abundant opportunity still for wild harvest, both in public reefs as well as with the opportunities on private leases, as we call them, certificates of location. Certainly there could be a move to that direction, but as long as those opportunities in the public harvest area are there, these oysters are really filling different markets. And so I would say that there would not be a drift, if you will, of the businesses in that direction as long as there's still an opportunity to harvest in the public reef areas.
Because I assume the cost to harvest off the reefs is much lower than mariculture.
Certainly I mean, there are certainly costs of boats, fuels, people, et cetera. But if you have the opportunity for the price of a license to harvest, it's going to be probably a preferred alternative or a complementary alternative, because some businesses may choose to be in both arenas.
Right. Okay, good. Yeah. And do we know, I've heard, do the mariculture oysters taste better because they're not in the mud line?
You're trying to get us in trouble.
No, it's just a question, and it's an opinion you have.
They taste different. So since they're in the upper water column, they're getting more of the photosynthetic green algae and things. So it's just a different taste. Some people equate it to a sweeter taste. So it is personal preference.
Okay. A couple other questions. Is there an issue with hand washing versus power washing these oysters? I've heard that it's a very labor-intensive issue to hand wash them versus a power wash.
So that is covered under the TCEQ permit. So they have to get a wastewater discharge permit from TCEQ, even though these grow-out farms really aren't discharging. It's part of the MOU agreement with aquaculture. So they're a level 5 for this wastewater discharge permit, and it's under their regulations that stipulate actually no cleaning on the water. Now, in our estimation, because that we have the buffers that we have around them and where the oysters are, we see that it would be a low-risk activity. There was a lot of concern about sedimentation and spreading organisms. Since these are upper in the water column, we have the buffer from our seagrass, buffers from our wild oysters. There's been a study looking at what happens when power washing, so it's a temporary increased turbidity in the water of organic matter that came from grew on its algae, barnacles, and both the NSSP and our regulations prohibit the use of any sort of harmful, like paints or chemicals on their gear. That was another worry. People worry about, that flaking off, but they're not allowed to use like any anti-fouling paint or anything.
Sure,
like
but
that.
can they get the TCEQ permit to do this?
That would be a change in TCE.
So currently they cannot.
Right.
And you're effectively just putting sediment back in the water that was in the water. I mean,
Well,
you just create, anyway, we don't need
It's
to
not
debate
even
that today, but.
Yeah, it's not even sediment, it's organic material.
Right, organic material.
Yeah, not dirt, yeah.
Yep. So what do you think, because clearly we want to try to promote this industry, what do you think's the most onerous regulation we've got in place now? If I had a bunch of mariculture people here, what would they say is the number one thing that's preventing them from growing this industry from 1 million oysters a year to 10 million, other than capital?
Yeah. Like mentioned in their public comment, reduction in fees, and then the seed supply issue. And
The what?
seed supply, being able to get that oyster seed. So they're requesting a Gulf of Mexico triploid. So we specify for those triploids, they need to be a Texas diploid parent times a Gulf of Mexico tetraploid. But they're requesting a Gulf of Mexico diploid parent with that tetraploid.
All right, you lost me on that one, but that's okay. But
Just
suffice to say,
Ability to use seed that's produced in the Gulf of Mexico for other states.
understand, and there's just not enough hatcheries to provide the seed stock for, but I suspect if there's a commercial pull, somebody will fill that gap, so, good. And so are you optimistic about the industry?
Oh, yeah, I think we're just at the beginning of it. It's continuing to grow. There's been a lot of good, the permit holders contacting, local restaurants, the restaurant industries, getting the word out about their product, getting their product in restaurants. Since you're down here in the Gulf, or not in the Gulf, but on the coast, you can sample a lot of our local Texas seafood, fish varieties, oysters from both wild and mariculture here. So, really the coastal communities and even San Antonio, Austin, Houston, those areas are very much embracing these and highlighting these oysters.
They are, I mean, so they're like putting on the menu that these are organically mariculture-driven, sustainable, all of that. Interesting. I know there's a restaurant here in town that the guy's fully integrated, and he's a mariculture farmer, and all right, well, look, in final, an exciting, as Commissioner Doggett, exciting, and ultimately, maybe it doesn't replace, but it enhances the current wild harvest. So I think we need to do everything we can from a regulatory standpoint to limit the amount of overt regulation and make it simple and easy for these folks to create these new farms and create more volume. And Commissioner Doggett, I've heard it's $2 to $3 million of capital, of CapEx to start one of these. I don't know if that's has any truth to it or not. So anyway, thank you. Fascinating. Appreciate it very much. If there's no further questions, I'll authorize staff to publish the rules in the Texas Register. Work session item 7, 8, statewide oyster fishery proclamation, temporary closure of oyster restoration areas in Galveston Bay, recommended adoption of proposed changes. Ms. Lindsay Savage.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Lindsay Savage, and I'm the Restoration and Artificial Reef Team Lead in the Coastal Fisheries Division. Today, I will be presenting a recommendation to adopt proposed changes to the statewide oyster fishery proclamation to temporarily close 2 oyster restoration sites until November 2026. Parks and Wildlife Code Section 76 grants the Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission the authority to close an area that is being reseeded or restocked for oysters. Multiple reefs across the state are being planted with mulch material and to restore degraded and lost substrates. A 2-year closure gives the oyster larvae that recruit to the fresh culch the opportunity to grow to harvestable size and repopulate the reef. Successful oyster restoration projects are dependent on larval recruitment and growth within that first 2 years. Post-construction monitoring data has shown that our restorations have been successful, and reefs that were closed for 2 years are still healthier than natural reference reefs up to 9 years later. Here is a picture of the oyster growth on our recently restored and recently reopened site in Grass Island in Aransas Bay. As you can see, the oyster growth creates the reef itself. The 2-year closure allows the structure to develop uninterrupted by dredging activity and allows 2 cohorts of oysters to recruit to the site and grow to maturity. In July and September 2024, 9 acres of oyster reef were restored on Desperation Reef in partnership with oyster dealers as required by HB 51, 85th Legislature of 2017. We plan on using the remaining 5 acres on Desperation Reef area for additional restoration associated with these HB 51 activities in the coming year. This closure would encompass the full 14 acres. In 2022 and 2023, mitigation efforts consisting of oyster restoration on 7 oyster mitigation pads was conducted by the Port of Houston and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers on Dollar Reef as a result of adverse impacts to oyster reefs resulting from the Houston Ship Channel Expansion Improvement Project. This closure would encompass 529 acres in total. This is a close-up view of the proposed U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped. This map shows the location and acreage of the proposed temporary closure areas outlined in red in the Galveston Bay system. The northern site there is Desperation Reef with 14 acres, and the southern site is Dollar Reef with 529 acres. This is a close-up view of the proposed U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Dollar Reef mitigation closure area shown outlined in white. Note the 7 oyster mitigation pads shown in dark blue range in size from 13 to 20 acres each. The hashed area on the left represents the Texas Department of State Health Services restricted waters, and the 1.5 pads shown in red within these waters are not included in the proposed closure as they're already closed to oyster harvest. The full restoration area is being recommended for closure as opposed to individual oyster pads to avoid potential confusion that could result from multiple closings in close proximity. The area encompassing the 3 oyster pads to the west was previously closed to harvest in November of 2022. The proposed closure would expand this closure area to include the 4 oyster pads to the east and extend the closure period until November 2026. This would allow all restored areas to be opened to harvest simultaneously. The amendment we propose is to temporarily close 2 restoration areas in the Galveston Bay, which will then reopen for harvest in November 2026. These proposed changes were published in the Texas Register for public comment on October 4th, 2024. As of 9 a.m. this morning, 7 comments had been received, all in favor of the changes. These changes were also presented to 2 advisory committees, the Oyster Advisory Committee on September 27th, 2024, and the Coastal Resources Advisory Committee on October 29th, 2024, and both committees supported the proposed changes. We are requesting that the proposed item be placed on Thursday's agenda for public comment and action. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Ms. Savage, any questions? Ms. Savage. Okay, great work. Really wonderful. What do you think the cost of these reef restoration program is?
In 2020, which is the more recent past recent data that we had, it pretty much skyrocketed. We were seeing around 120,000 per acre, as opposed to before, 2020, it was around 20,000 per acre. However, we were able to look at reducing costs, opening up opportunities for other potential contractors to bid on our contracts for these projects. One of them opened it up to Oyster industry by, saying that oyster luggers could potentially go in and do this contract work. One of the contractors was an oyster dealer for this one project, and we were able to reduce costs about 30% or so, just depending on the size inch layer that we use for the reef. So there are ways that we have been able to reduce costs, and of course, alternative materials is something that we'll always, look into and receive requests from those that are wanting to study them with academic partners and things like that. So it's hopeful in the future for sure.
Can you, the Rigs to Reefs program was pretty big for a while. Is there any, will the oysters attach to a metal substrate?
I've seen anecdotal evidence in tin cans. I've seen them, attach, in bay systems to metal. And, any hard substrate has been shown to grow oysters as long as it's, suitable for the habitat and not deleterious in its effects. As far as the artificial reef program goes, offshore, we're using anything from steel vessels to steel pipes to concrete culverts, concrete pipes, concrete rail ties, things like that. And we're seeing growth of any type of encrusting organism out in the Gulf attaching to those items.
So potentially you could use it in the bay system.
Potentially, yes, and we've received a few requests through the GLO and others of, hey, we have this product or this material of opportunity is what we call them, and they say, hey, can we potentially put it in the bay system? Can we open up a nearshore site? So it's things that we have been receiving requests from, and of course we take it, take each item, make sure it would be clean and has material testing done so it wouldn't, cause any impacts. But as far as the artificial reef program goes, it's mostly been offshore, the nearshore areas, state waters, and offshore. But then, the oyster restoration, since it's one team now, we're able to work together and kind of maybe provide those opportunities for Baywide, in the future.
Well, let's just try to be as creative as possible and try to drop the cost, because you'd love to do this all over the state of Texas.
Absolutely, and we have, companies that reach out to us, which we can't, partner with these companies. They have to do the bidding process, but we are able to redirect them to our academic partners so they can test those materials and test the efficacy of it and, potentially open them up for bidding on contracts in the future. So it's very hopeful. I'm seeing.
And isn't there a carbon capture element to it as well?
There is, absolutely. Blue carbon for sure. One of our partners down in UT RGV area, Dr. Klein, he is studying that on the RGV reef, which has a lot of concrete material, a lot of donated materials. He is studying that currently. So I don't have the results yet, but he is looking into that.
Good, great, thanks. Thanks for the presentation. Okay. Yes, sir.
Excuse me. Got a quick question for you. In the past, there's always been discussion on the cost of when we redo these reefs and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Remind the commission, if you will, and me included, I don't remember exactly, but who all shares in the cost of those reef restorations?
Are you talking oyster reefs or
Yes.
just oyster? Yes. So it's different programs, so different types of fees. With HB 51, we have two options. It's either the dealer placement, so they fund it themselves and place the amount of culture that they owe back to us through that fee, through that placement, or they pay us a fee to do that for them. So we potentially have, the oyster dealer funds for that, the fee for that. There's the oyster buyback program, which also gives funds for that. However, we're also big into applying for grants, and a lot of our restoration that we do in-house is covered by a lot of grants. We're applying all the time and receiving a lot of good funding in the future. Also, Harvey disaster grant funding, NOAA Restore grant. So it's a mixture of both, dealer, fee placement, buyback, grants, all that.
Any other questions? All right, thanks. If there's no further questions, I'll place the item on the Thursday commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. Work session item number 9, Oyster Certificate of Location Rules, request permission to publish proposed changes in the Texas Register. Mr. Zach Olson, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Zach Olson. I'm the Ecosystem Resources Program Director for the Coastal Fisheries Division. Today I'll be presenting proposed changes to the Oyster Certificate of Location program with a request to publish these changes in the Texas Register for public comment. I'll start with a brief background of our current Certificate of Location program. I'll be abbreviating that as COL throughout this presentation. COLs are essentially, currently as they exist, areas for private on-bottom oyster harvest. They've historically been associated with what's termed oyster transplants. An oyster transplant is essentially a process that takes advantage of depuration, which is when oysters are moved from restricted waters into approved or conditionally approved health department waters and allowed to reduce pathogenic organism loadings for direct market. So that's been the historical use of these areas. However, modern COLs primarily rely on caulch placement, that is, placement of hard substrates for natural oyster settlement, and then those holders have sole rights to those oysters on those COLs. Currently, the program as it exists is only in Galveston Bay. There are 43 existing COLs. They take up a total acreage of just over 2,300 acres. They range in size from 11 to 100 acres each. And annual Texas harvest from these COLs ranges from about 9 to 36% of the total Texas harvest. To give you an idea of, again, what the program currently looks like, it exists only in Galveston Bay, and you can kind of see this is a map of that central Galveston Bay area. Those white polygons are existing COLs on the landscape. A couple other program specifics. These COLs can be a 100-acre maximum per site. There's a current 15-year rental term, and there are some siting requirements, including the avoidance of natural oyster beds, shoreline buffers, and other site-specific stipulations. I'll also say that authorities surrounding COLs also span into several other state and federal partners, including the Texas General Land Office, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And I want to recognize a couple of our partners from our General Land Office. Ms. Amy Nunez and Ms. Danielle DeVock, I believe, are here today. We've been working closely with them as we've been thinking through some of these proposed changes. So I just want to thank them for their and their team's coordination here. So a brief overview of kind of how we got to the proposed changes today, and then a categorization of what the proposed changes are in Texas Administrative Code. So the 88th Texas Legislature modified Parks and Wildlife Code, Chapter 76, with the intent of allowing for the use of the COL program for restoration purposes. So as I said previously, it currently exists as a tool for harvest, and so the proposed changes to Chapter 76, and those we'll be talking about today, are primarily surrounding the use of these COLs for harvest. So the three categories of changes we're proposing in Texas Administrative Code can be thought about as, number one, mirroring changes to Parks and Wildlife Code where that's relevant. Number two, changes needed for the administration of some of these new authorities in Texas Administrative Code. And the third is just general modernization of the language for the COL program, kind of independent of some of those changes to Parks and Wildlife Code. So 4 main changes to Parks and Wildlife Code, Chapter 76, and I'll dig into each of these in a little bit more detail on the following slides. But the first is a change to the natural oyster bed definition. The second is the allowance of siting COLs on what's termed degraded reef. The third is the removal of that depuration term from the consideration during COL renewal. And the fourth is a section of Parks and Wildlife Code 76.002, which establishes broad authority for the Commission to set various aspects of the COL program for restoration purposes. So we'll dig into each of these in a little bit more depth. So first off, this change to the natural oyster bed definition. You can see the previous and the current definition given on your screen there. The main change here is that the previous definition relied solely on the presence of a certain number of live oysters across that reef landscape, while the current definition more so speaks to the predominance of oyster shell or live oysters in those substrates. So taking advantage or taking into account some of those other important reef components that we know to be ecologically important for oyster reef. And I'll describe why that's important in the context of restoration here. Also, this next change to Parks and Wildlife Code, the allowance of siting COLs on degraded reef. Previously, a COL could not be sited on a natural oyster bed, but now you can see with this new provision, the department may subject a natural oyster bed to location if that bed's determined to be degraded, and then there's several stipulations given there to consider, including the relative abundance of live oysters, availability of natural caulch material, sediment overburden, the amount of time the area has been exhausted, and any other criteria indicative of degradation. So between this and the change to the natural oyster bed definition, the idea there was to open up some areas that would be of interest to restoration practitioners. When we talk about restoring oyster reef, we're typically talking about restoring on historic oyster reef and on degraded oyster reef. So between these two changes, the thought is it would open up some areas for COLs for restoration. The next change is that removal of that depuration term and the consideration of depuration from the COL renewal process. That's for both COLs for harvest and restoration. As I mentioned earlier, COLs were historically used for depuration, but that's not a common practice anymore. And so it was removed from the renewal process just to make that process a little bit more straightforward. And obviously this wouldn't be a consideration for restoration COLs as well. And then lastly, this change to Parks and Wildlife Code 76.002 establishes broad authority to the Commission to establish several aspects of the COL program related directly to COLs for restoration, including things such as fees, application requirements, lease terms, et cetera. To note, a lot of these aspects of COLs for harvest are currently codified in statute and are defined in statute for COLs for harvest, but here that authority is given to the Commission specifically for COLs for restoration purposes. And we'll talk about some proposals there. So moving into Texas Administrative Code, these first proposed changes are those changes that would really just directly match language in the Parks and Wildlife Code. The first is matching the natural oyster bed definition. The second is adding degraded reef language for siting. The third is removal of that language related to depuration for COL renewal requirements. These next proposed changes are more related to administering some of these new authorities in the program. The first is adding language to differentiate COLs for harvest from COLs for restoration. We propose to do that in two ways. First off, designating the purpose of a COL right from the onset at the application process, asking the applicant designate, is this for harvest or is this for restoration? And secondly, specifying that no harvest, can occur on COLs designated for restoration. Next, we have here several proposals that are related to that broad authority given to the Commission related to COLs for restoration. And I'll note before I run through these that these all match the current COL for harvest program with the exception of that rental fee. So that application renewal fee of $200, that matches what's currently in place for COLs for harvest. We're proposing the same COLs for restoration. The location term of 15 years, that's the same for harvest. We're again proposing that for restoration. Acreage maximum of 100 acres per individual COL, again, same for harvest. We're proposing that for restoration. We believe that siting application process will be similar across harvest versus restoration COLs. And then, like I said, this rental fee, we're proposing it be waived. That's different from the current COL for harvest program. And the purpose there is taking into account some of those ecosystem services that oysters on the landscape provide. And so taking that into account. Next, we propose a culture placement plan and minimum use criteria related to COLs. The first adds language requiring a placement plan to be submitted during that application process for both types of COLs. This would just specify things like the types of culture materials and planning for placement of those culture materials, how frequently, that kind of thing. This is really just helpful when we look at citing these COLs and determining if a COL with particular activities is appropriate for a given area in the Bay system. And secondly, we propose adding a minimum use criteria specifically for restoration COLs. And this is really just to assure that COLs set aside for restoration are in fact being restored by the applicant. I can get into more details on that, but what we propose that minimum use criteria to look like would be essentially a percentage of that placement plan to be completed within specific time intervals throughout that rental phase. And then we propose to modify language associated with public hearings for COLs. So all COLs, given their long time frame, are required to have a public hearing associated with them. And we just propose to include a language that includes a broader array of public comments and concerns and the stated purpose of the hearing, because we were now looking at a broader use of COLs. And then lastly, this is some of those proposed modernizations to Texas Administrative Code that are fairly independent of the changes to Parks and Wildlife Code. This just includes modernization of some of the mapping requirements stated in Texas Administrative Code, primarily allowing for the use of modern GPS and mapping softwares in that process. Modifying marking requirements, and this is really just removing marking requirements during the application process and only requiring marking once that application process is complete. And then addition of some new authorities for non-harvest activities, including moving oysters from one location to another, emergency sampling to monitor conditions of oysters on these COLs, and any sort of emergency maintenance activities. With that, I will state our request formally, and that is that staff seeks permission to publish proposed amendments to the Texas Register for public comment. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Olson?
Leslie Doggett, I have a question. So I think it would be very meaningful for me, anyway, to understand the overall state of oyster reefs off the Texas Gulf Coast. So if I use Dr. Campbell's number of 260 oysters per sack times the 223, that gives us 58 million oysters harvested in the 23-24. So to put all that in perspective, do you know what the harvest was 10 years ago, maybe even 20 years ago?
Are you talking about for the wild harvest?
Yes, wild harvest.
Yes. Yeah, so harvest, I can kind of speak to the last couple of years. Wild harvest so I can speak private versus public. So we're talking here about the public reef system, and then talking COLs as they currently exist.
Was the 58 million, or is the 223,000 sacks, is that private and public? It's both. Okay, so that's total.
Yeah, that's both
that's
combined.
Total. So total number, yeah.
Yes, so what we've seen kind of across time over the past several decades, and especially in the past couple of years, is a reduction in the wild harvest. And that's mainly been due to closures that we've been instating on some of these areas because we have a fairly low abundance of market oysters. So the department does go out and sample a lot of our public reef, or all of our public reef areas, to determine the catch rates of market oysters, and then from there we make a decision to open or close those areas based on a certain threshold of market oysters that's required to open those areas. The last several years we've had very few market oysters in a lot of these areas. We've had a broad scale closures of these areas. So overall harvest has been very low in the last couple years. In addition, I'll add that this past spring and about 2 years ago.
Quickly, so the closures are a result of the degradation of the reef?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
yes, sir.
okay.
Yes, sir. And then in addition to that, I'll say there's heavy harvest, but also we've seen some heavy rainfall events. For example, this past spring, summer 2020, 2021, we had real heavy flooding in the coastal bend. That results in very, very low salinities, and that can also result in wide-scale oyster mortalities that results in a closure of those areas. So in recent years, anyway, we've been seeing reduction in harvest on a lot of those wild reef. The COLs that they exist in Galveston Bay, to note, we've seen also some reductions in harvest on those as well in recent years, and that largely surrounds the fact that they're subject to the same environmental conditions that other oysters in those bay systems are subject to, so heavy rainfall affects them as well, and we'll see mortalities on those as well.
So do you know how many sacks were harvested 10 years ago?
10 years, yeah, let's see. So looking at 10 years ago, we were looking at around 800,000 sacks. Wow. It's variable from year to year as well, and again with openings and closures and rainfall conditions. Yeah, and that's combined.
So
I'm happy to get those exact data.
I guess you would say
if
we without the restoration, it could be sort of catastrophic for us.
Yeah, restoration is certainly a tool, one of our main tools in our toolbox for managing oysters. And I can give some numbers with regard to the amount of restoration we've done over the years. About 800 acres of oyster restoration with catch placement, about 1,100 acres of oyster restoration with what we call a bagless dredge technique, which is essentially taking buried oyster reef and trying to remove that, get that catch up to the surface to allow for that natural sediment. So restoration is certainly a major
reef,
tool.
how long does it take to produce oysters?
Yeah, so we give it about 2 years, and that's reflected in my colleague Lindsay Savage's presentation. If there's really good salinity conditions in a given year, you can see oysters immediately setting, and then about a year, year and a half to grow to market. But in general, because of variable salinity conditions, we tend to give it 2 years just to allow those oysters enough time to reach market size.
And then how long until you need to restore that reef again?
It really depends on the amount of harvest that area is hitting. So certainly wild harvest, when that occurs, is removing those oysters and that shell from the reef. Now, there are programs in place. My colleague Lindsay Savage mentioned the House Bill 51 program, which seeks to return some amount of that caulk to the reef. But it just kind of depends on the area and how much pressure that's getting.
So it's $120,000 an acre, is what we said to restore?
Yeah, that's the average cost.
And how many acres do you think are in need of restoration?
It varies from year to year. Again, I don't have a number per bay system, but I would say in general, we're watching Galveston Bay as an area that has a lot of acres in need of restoration. And then as we move down the coast, there's some less need for it, but still need in every bay system.
So what does that mean? How many
I don't have a total acreage for you right now. That varies from time to time. And I'll mention with a program like the COR program, when we identify an area for restoration, we go out and do quite a bit of sampling on that.
I guess just to understand the scope, if you had, if money wasn't an issue, which of course it is there 500,000 acres?
Well, no, so
Could use restoration, or is there 1,000 acres that need restoration?
In Texas, I'll give the overall acreage of oyster reef ranges, we believe it's somewhere around 75,000 to 85,000 acres total of oyster reef. Some of that is harvestable, some of that is not harvestable. About 50% of that is harvestable. And I don't have an exact number.
35 to 50,000 acres?
50,000 is harvestable. Not all of that's currently in need of restoration, but that's all that's harvestable.
Would you say half?
Possibly.
Okay, great. Thank you for that perspective.
Okay, any other questions? I've only got one. Why would someone sign up for COL to restore?
Yeah, good question. I think where we'll see interest in this is coming from a lot of our restoration partners, a lot of university groups or conservation organizations. The value of using the COL process for restoration is guaranteed long-term protection from harvest. So you can currently restore oyster reef outside of this process. You need a GLO lease and Army Corps permit. But if you want to do that within waters that are currently open to harvest, we primarily and historically have only come to the commission with a 2-year closure request like Lindsay just did, but a COL would guarantee a longer-term protection of that from harvest on that restoration site.
And would you issue a COL in areas other than Galveston Bay to do this?
Yes, yeah, the idea is that we would open it to wherever the need is.
So it should expedite the restoration process versus going through the GLO, or,
Well, to be clear, you would still need the GLO and Army Corps authorizations for the COL process. The only difference here is that we would have a guaranteed longer-term closure to harvest.
The Corps of Engineers an impediment to getting, that's too strong. Yeah, I mean, do they slow the process down quite a bit?
So the Army Corps of Engineers coordinates with many of the other federal agencies that have authorizations here, and that process has been very slow of late.
Has been slow? Yeah. Okay, great. All right, thank you, Mr. Olson. No further questions. I'll authorize staff to publish the rules in the Texas Register. It's 10:55. Before, I'm going to take a 10-minute break. So at 11:05, let's all come back. So grab a cup of coffee, and thank you.
It's buried in the 78 million. Yeah. Yeah. You don't all you need to remember is the 78 number because that is 90%. Figured out backwards math, 90%.
Thank you for the quick break. Work session item number 10, chronic wasting disease, CWD detection and response rules, request permission to publish proposed changes in the Texas Register. Mr. Alan Kane, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. For the record, I'm Alan Kane, Big Game Program Director in the Wildlife Division. And this morning, I'll be presenting proposed changes to rules governing CWD response and management and rules pertaining to deer breeder facility standards, as well as rules pertaining to CWD management measures with a pathway forward to remove CWD zones. Since the first detection of CWD in Texas in 2012, the department has utilized zones to help manage the disease as well as inform hunters and landowners where CWD is present in Texas. The core management actions associated with zones are rules for live animal movement and movement of carcasses into and out of those zones. Mandatory testing of hunter-harvested deer has also been required in zones to monitor the disease distribution and prevalence. Over the last decade, the number of CWD detections in both captive and free-ranging deer populations has increased, and the department had continued to add zones, 9 containment zones and 26 surveillance zones to manage CWD. Over this time period, the department has continued to adapt its CWD management approach, utilizing new tools and CWD test requirements that improve our ability to detect the disease earlier and reduce the spread of the disease to new areas. Some of the changes included over this time period are improved testing standards for deer breeding facilities that require 100% testing of all mortalities that occur in the pen, and 100% testing or live animal testing of all breeder deer prior to transfer to another breeder facility or a release site. Additionally, there's been changes that enhance testing standards for trace breeding facilities and release sites, and the recently adopted statewide carcass disposal rules. These changes and others allow for more effective CWD risk mitigation than in previous years. And at the Commission's direction, the Department has developed rules to move away from CWD zones. The proposed changes I'll present are intended to be that pathway forward to remove those zones. As we move forward, it's important to emphasize that these proposed rules eliminate the need for staff to present new CBD zone rules to the commission every time CBD is detected in a new captive breeding facility or in a new free-ranging deer population. And along the way, the department hopes to continue to strengthen the trust between landowners and hunters and the department. We need support from all these groups to be able to manage this disease. So in order to move away from CBD zones, certain rules must be implemented to continue to mitigate the disease risk. And these proposed rules can be thought of as kind of different buckets or categories. That's how I look at them. And so those include, those buckets are repealing the zone itself, carcass disposal modifications, requirements for deer breeding facilities and release sites, proximity rules for live animal movements from areas where CBD is known to exist, enhanced rules for CBD positive breeding facilities, and additional rules for epidemiologically linked breeder facilities. And so I'll kind of go through each of these buckets as we move through the proposals. So starting with carcass disposal rules or modifications, as you may recall, this commission adopted statewide carcass disposal rules in May, and it requires hunter harvest deer in Texas to be disposed of in one of three ways and include disposal in a landfill. So which means that you can put those unused parts in your local trash service or a dumpster that ultimately ends up in a landfill. Or hunters could still take their deer to a locker plant or a processor or a taxidermist and have it processed, and they would be responsible for the disposal in one of those methods. The other method would be burial on a location other than the property of harvest, and being able to return those unused parts back to the property of harvest. Additionally, hunters are also able to debone carcasses at the site of harvest to help leave those potentially infectious parts back where the harvest occurred. And with archery season and MLD season and an opening weekend of general season this past weekend, that's been happening for about a month here, we've had the opportunity to receive some constructive feedback from hunters and landowners and even some of our own staff on some of the carcass rules, and as a result, are proposing some modifications and clarifications to these rules. Those proposed changes include aligning the out-of-state carcass movement restriction rules to match the in-state carcass disposal rules. The change simplifies rules for all hunters residing in Texas and requires the same disposal options just mentioned, regardless of where that carcass came from. In-state, out-of-state, doesn't matter. It just have to be disposed of properly. And simplification of the rules is always a goal, and that's what we're attempting to do here. Additionally, we're proposing to allow deboning of carcasses at a location other than the property of harvest. Again, a simplification of a rule, and that allows for common scenarios that hunters use when processing deer, regardless of where that carcass is deboned, proper disposal is required. Next, we propose to clarify that any unused parts retained for future disposal must be contained until disposal occurs. So in other words, if you're back at the house, we don't want you putting the rib cage or the spinal cord out in your back or a column in the backyard and letting your dog chew on it. It needs to be kept up so it doesn't get drugged across the countryside there. And if burial of unused parts is the chosen method of disposal, then the burial must occur immediately, and leaving an open pit until the end of season will not be allowed. And lastly, rendering of carcasses as a legal means of disposal will be prohibited. The next bucket of rules pertains to deer breeder facilities and release site standards. To further reduce the risk of CWD transmission when animals are transferred to and from breeder facilities, the department proposes requiring a double fence around all new breeding facilities or facilities that are required to double fence for other reasons, as I outline later in this proposal. The additional perimeter fence is a common sense practice that eliminates nose-to-nose contact between deer in the breeder facility and free-ranging deer in the pasture. And so to better visualize this, the diagram on the screen illustrates what that double fence would be. And so you have the green square, which is considered the ranch there, Ranch A. And Ranch A has a deer breeder facility denoted in white. And within the permitted breeder facility are deer pens and a working barn in this example. And so that perimeter fence, so that black outline of the entire facility would be considered the double fence. Proposed standards associated with this double fence would require a 7-foot-high net wire perimeter fence that completely surrounds the breeder pens and other facilities that are within that permitted facility. The breeder facility perimeter fence must be at least 5 feet from any pen or a structure within that permitted facility that could hold deer. No food or water can be in the open area around the pens and working barns. No animals of any kind may be held in the buffer area, so that white area outside the pens and around the working barn. However, non-susceptible species may be handled in the working barn. Next, the buffer area may be used to facilitate movements from pen to pen as long as someone is present and actively engaged in moving deer. We just don't want somebody letting deer sitting there for 24 hours. You need to be moving them around. There's no maximum distance between the perimeter fence to the pens or other facilities, and that's intended to allow expansion for the pens in the future and provide for various distance scenarios of existing breeder facilities that are already double fenced. Anything within the boundary fence is to be considered part of the permitted deer breeder facility, which means there's no hunting that can occur in there. There's no other activities that can occur in there other than what's allowed under the deer breeder permit. The department has also encountered several issues with scenarios where 2 distinct permitted deer breeder facilities share a single working barn, as illustrated in the diagram on the slide. Certainly creates concern because of the potential disease exposure through environmental contamination within the shared working barn. So in this example on the slide, Facility 2 has a CBD positive deer that's shown in red there, and the working barn was used to work that positive deer along with other deer from Facility 2. And then Facility 1 also uses that working barn, and this would expose deer from Facility 1 to prions that could potentially have been shed in that working barn in a situation like this. So if, in this situation, if one facility has been confirmed positive, then both facilities are going to be locked down and placed under a quarantine because of that potential exposure. Essentially, the 2 facilities will be treated as one facility from an epidemiological perspective. Because of that scenario, the department is also proposing amendments to deer breeder facility standards to clarify that all working barns or other facilities must be distinct to an individual permitted deer breeder facility. So no sharing working barns between the 2 different permitted facilities. The intent is to prevent both facilities from becoming locked down if CBD is detected in one facility or the other. Under current rules, 2 different deer breeder facilities may be fence line adjacent, as illustrated on the diagram on the slide. Obviously, Facility 2 in the orange and Facility 1 in green. And this becomes problematic because these are epidemiologically considered one set of pens with potential exposure through nose-to-nose contact or shared equipment, as well as environmental contamination. So Facility 2, again, has a positive deer in red, and that deer is fence line adjacent to Facility 1. There's possible exposure between the deer in the 2 different facilities there through nose-to-nose contact. In a situation like this, both facilities would be locked down because of potential exposure to the positive deer or even to trace deer that may have come into one facility or another. This is a bad business practice for 2 distinct permitted breeder facilities to share a common fence line, which would facilitate exposure among those facilities. Therefore, the department proposes to require distinct permitted breeding facilities on the same property to be separated by a minimum of 10 feet. Again, this is to prevent nose-to-nose contact between the facilities and to prevent facilities from becoming locked down because of a trace or a CB positive detection in one facility or another. The department is also proposing rules that would stipulate the enforcement of visible identification requirements as currently outlined in statute for all breeder deer. Those tagging requirements include a form of electronic identification that must be either a microchip or an RFID 840 button tag, a tattoo for any deer transferred from a facility that it was born in, and an ear tag with unique identification displayed on the tag. So this illustration provides these examples. Obviously, you've got the electronic ID up top, the microchip or the button tag, the tattoo, and the ear tag. Released breeder deer with visible identification would aid in accelerating the speed in which epidemiological trace scenarios can be cleared by locating and testing those animals if they're available in the pasture. Further, it provides neighboring landowners greater assurances that escaped animals can more easily be identified on their property. An inclusion of visible ID on released deer has been and continues to be a contentious issue among some stakeholders. The department is continuing to work with stakeholders to build consensus as it pertains to this topic. Next, the department is proposing a requirement for new breeder facilities and newly registered release sites following the effective date of this rule should it be adopted. And that's to have a fence inspection completed by a facility inspector to verify that the breeder facility meets the double fence standards we were just talking about, and that all new release sites meet fencing standards and requirements that are currently in rule. And those standards include a 7-foot fence of welded mesh wire or chain link capable of retaining released deer. And I'll just note that right now there's about 65 facility inspectors that are authorized by the department. We have standards that are established in regulation of who those individuals can be. The next bucket pertains to proximity rules for live animal movements. If CBD zones are removed, the department must establish rules to manage the movement of live animals within a specified distance of any free-ranging detection. Currently, deer breeder facilities within containment zones are limited to releasing deer on release sites within a containment zone as illustrated on the slide. And so again, that red circle is the containment zone. The blue rectangle up in the top of that red circle is a breeder facility, and the yellow arrow signifies the release of deer to a release site within that containment zone. And so over the last year, the department has received requests to provide provisions to allow deer breeders within a containment zone to move deer to a release site or breeder facility outside of that containment zone, so statewide movement outside of those containment zones is what we're talking about. In order to facilitate this request, in the absence of zones, the department must ensure standards are in place to mitigate the risk of moving deer from areas where COD is known to occur to other areas where it's not known to occur or has not been detected. Currently, the size of containment zone boundaries are based on the average dispersal distance of yearling bucks, which for whitetail deer is about 5 miles, and for mule deer it's about 25 miles. Sometimes boundaries in containment zones are adjusted to follow the nearest road or some definable feature to make it easy for hunters to understand that zone boundary. So the next few slides that I'll use to describe the proposed rules for deer breeders to move deer within or beyond that distance of 5 miles or 25 miles from a positive free-ranging detection of a whitetail deer or susceptible species, or 25 miles of a free-range mule deer detection. The proximity rules I'll discuss should be considered in the context of these specific distances that I have on the slide. And just for scale, you see the blue line there, that represents a 25-mile radius from a positive, and the pink line represents a 5-mile radius on either side of that positive detection denoted by the yellow cross there. So for a deer breeder facility within the 5 or 25 miles of a free-ranging detection, that facility can release deer to an adjacent release site or any release site authorized to receive deer within that 5 or 25-mile distance of the free-range detection. No additional requirements outside of the current rules governing movement are necessary. So it's kind of business as usual here. The diagram illustrates where deer in the breeder facility on Ranch A can be released. As you can see, you can either release to your adjacent release site, or you can send it to another release site within that 5-mile or 25-mile range, depending on the type of free-range detection. In the next scenario, assuming a deer breeder facility is located within that specified proximity distance of a free-range detection and they're movement qualified at the time of detection, that facility may transfer deer outside of the proximity area to any other deer breeder facility or release site in the state if that deer breeder facility has been double fenced for at least 1 year prior to the free-range detection. And those double fence standards, or as I described earlier, under the breeder facility standards we just went over. And that facility has completed one whole herd live animal test, which may be initiated immediately upon detection because that double fence has already been in place for a year or more, preventing that nose-to-nose contact. The proposal as published would also have required the facility to wait 1 year after the whole herd test to move deer, but based on feedback from stakeholder groups and further assessment of this scenario, the department is removing that requirement from this proposal. Likewise, for facilities that have been double fenced for less than 1 year prior to detection and would like to be qualified to move deer outside of that specified proximity distance to a free-range detection, that facility must wait 1 year following the date of the completion of the double fence to conduct a whole herd antemortem test, and then wait another year after completing the whole herd test to move deer and be movement qualified at the time deer are to be moved. And just as a reminder, they would have to test each individual deer to be transferred as required under the current rules. You have to have a live animal test to move a deer, once you're movement qualified. Noting there may be some special circumstances for a very few deer breeders currently in the containment zone that are already double fenced and already movement qualified, the department is proposing to allow breeder facilities that are in containment zones at the time this rule becomes effective, if adopted, to transfer deer statewide. The proposed amendment would be applicable to very few deer breeders. Currently, there are only 3 deer breeders within containment zones, and only 2 of those have deer in the facility. In these scenarios, these facilities are double fenced, have significant testing history in their facilities and on the adjacent release sites, and there has been significant testing in the surrounding CBD zones. The department had initially proposed to issue deer breeder permits to an applicants within the proximity area as required by statute, but permit that facility to hold 0 deer. However, with some additional feedback and assessment, the department will issue a deer breeder permit with authorization to hold deer contingent upon meeting certain requirements and standards and remove the language that would permit the facility for 0 deer. The department would need to work on those additional standards before this goes to the register. Next, deer that escape from a breeder facility within that 5 or 25-mile free-range detection shall not be allowed to recapture those escaped deer unless it's authorized by the department or through a herd plan. This is intended to prevent possible exposed escaped breeder deer from being returned back to the facility. The department also proposes to prohibit the issuance of deer management permits or DMP permits on EpiLink release sites anywhere in the state. The current proposal also included a provision to prohibit DMP permit issuance within the proximity of a CBD positive free-range detection. However, after feedback from the Whitetail Deer Advisory Committee and further review, the department intends to strike this portion of the proposal and allow DMPs to be issued, but with some requirements to mitigate risk. Some of these additional requirements may include CBD testing on that property or visible ID for DMP deer. Staff intends to develop these additional requirements and vet those through key advisory committees prior to sending the proposal to the Texas Register. The next bucket pertains to proposals regarding CBD positive deer breeding facilities. And so before I move on to the actual part of the proposals, I want to take a few minutes to walk through the diagram. I think this will be helpful, and it illustrates some common examples and terminologies used to describe deer breeder facilities or release sites that are connected to a CBD positive facility. And so I'll refer to some of these terms and examples in the next few slides. We talk about the rule proposals. So starting in the upper left with Facility 1, this is referred to as a trace-in breeder facility because that facility sent deer to a positive facility within 5 years prior to detection in that positive facility, which is Facility 2. The deer in blue on the diagram represent the trace-in deer that were sent to Facility 2 from Facility 1. The trace-in deer could be the source of CBD introduction in Facility 2 and are of interest from an epidemiological investigation perspective. Facility 2 is a positive facility with the positive deer denoted in red. That positive facility may have sent deer to another deer breeder facility or a release site within the 5 years prior to detection in that positive facility. So those facilities that receive those deer from the positive facilities are referred to as trace-out breeder facilities, which is Facility 3 or Ranch A, which would be a trace-out release site. The yellow deer are trace-out deer and are deer from the positive facility transferred to these other Facility 3 or the release site and possibly exposed to CBD while in that positive facility. In some instances, these trace-out deer sent to release sites are not available for testing for various reasons, whether they were harvested, just died in the pasture, just unable to be found out there. In these scenarios, traces that we talk about, they're often referred to as trace-in or trace-out, or epidemiologically linked facilities release site or epi-link. So there's just common terminology that we use. So moving on to the proposal. Hopefully these diagrams help explain what we're going to be talking about here in a minute. The next, I'll review a few additional proposed rules intended to further mitigate risk associated with positive breeding facilities. The first is requirement to euthanize and postmortem test all trace-in deer in a positive facility within 7 days of confirmation. This will be a tremendous help in freeing up trace-in breeder facilities that would otherwise become not movement qualified because the trace deer they sent to the positive facility have not been removed and tested. In some instances, these trace-in deer breeder facilities remain not movement qualified for months because the trace deer remain alive in that positive facility for whatever reason. It's not until that positive facility euthanizes those trace-in deer and not detected test results are returned before that trace-in facility can be returned to movement qualified status. Second, in order to expedite an epi review of a positive facility, the department proposes that positive facility submit a pin-by-pin inventory within 14 days of confirmation, including the location of where that positive deer is in the pin. Third, movement between pins in the facility would be prohibited unless otherwise authorized by the department. And again, this would help prevent exposure and potential spread to other pins or other deer in that facility. And lastly, the department proposes that positive facilities must sign a herd plan within 6 months of detection or agree to depopulation. The intent behind the proposal is to expedite CBD mitigation measures through a herd plan. Those facilities that choose an option that does not include depopulation would be required to double fence their facility by the time they satisfactorily complete the herd plan and are removed from the quarantine. The last bucket of proposed items pertains to epi-linked deer breeder facilities, and these are trace-in or trace-out facilities, as I was referring to in those earlier diagrams. So the next proposal would include several changes for trace-out breeder facilities in which some or all the trace deer are not available for testing. These trace-out facilities are currently called Category B facilities, and that's when they have not all trace deer available. The proposal will return the trace-out breeder facility back to movement qualified status if the following standards are met. 1, at least one trace deer has to be unavailable for testing, and then any available trace deer in the trace-out breeding facility has to be postmortem tested and return a not detected result. Second, the trace deer must have been received in that 3 to 5 year traceback period prior to the detection in the positive facility. The trace deer must have had at least one antemortem or live animal test within the last 5 years. That trace-out facility must be double fenced, and the trace-out facility has been compliant with all rules for the last 3 years prior to becoming designated as a trace-out facility. The department has also been engaged in numerous discussions with key stakeholder groups and their leadership to develop the following proposal to curtail trace designations for trace-out breeder facilities in that 0 to 3 year trace period. The proposal would require the following conditions be met in order to remove the trace designation. First, the trace-out breeder facility must be double fenced prior to designation as a trace, so that's an incentive to double fence. The facility must achieve 25% annual testing for at least 2 years prior to designation to a trace using a combination of postmortem and antemortem tests. The breeder facility must be in compliance with the deer permit requirements and regulations. And the trace-in deer in that facility must have 20 months residency in the trace-out facility and have an antemortem rectal test that occurs after that residency requirement is met. This portion of the proposal was not able to be included in the proposed rules package that's been published online and hadn't been vetted with the advisory committees prior to this meeting. Therefore, the department will seek input and vet this proportion of the proposal with the CBD task force and other key advisory committees prior to the January meeting to receive feedback. And also let the commission know that the department is also assessing options to curtail trace designations on release sites in a timely manner and with reasonable and practical standards. And so we'll continue to flesh that out moving forward. So the department has had an opportunity to receive feedback and comment from the CBD Task Force, the Whitetail Deer Advisory Committee, and the Private Lands Advisory Committee. And the next several slides are a summary of that feedback. So the CBD Task Force has been supportive of the proposed changes for the removal of the zones and several other things. And I do want to acknowledge that Vice Chairman Bell and Commissioner Galo were in attendance at the CBD Task Force, and we appreciate your participation and support in that meeting. So thank you. So again, the task force was supportive of a number of items in this proposal package, including the removal of zones, proposal pertaining to the carcass disposal rules, double fencing of new deer breeder facilities, separation of distinct permitted breeder facilities and no shared working barns, the requirements for CBD positive breeder facilities that we've talked about. And there were varying perspectives in support and opposition of the proximity rule, including concerns over both a whole herd test requirement for facilities that have been double fenced greater than 1 year and having to wait a year after that whole herd test to be able to move deer. However, as I noted earlier, the department is removing this requirement after additional feedback. Some members recommended to be able to move immediately, and others were supportive of the 1 year wait period after the initial whole herd test. There was also disagreement on the visible ID requirement. Some supported the requirement as a means to identify trace deer in the pasture or in those release sites, and the ability for the neighboring landowners to identify trace deer should it escape that release site, and then they have an option to be able to identify that deer and decide what they want to do in that situation. Others opposed the visible ID requirement, noting that the ID requirement should be addressed by the legislature, and it should be the choice of release site owners whether the visible ID is retained or not. And noting that deer breeder or breeder deer have been tested prior to release and many have already require, or not require, but many deer breeders already retain tags in deer they send to release sites or other places as a standard practice, so suggested the change was not necessary. The Whitetail Deer Advisory Committee was also supportive of the same things: removal of CBD zones, the carcass disposals, the double fencing requirements, the separation of permitted deer breeder facilities, no shared working barns, and the standards for positive facilities. I just also want to note that the committee, the Whitetail Deer Advisory Committee, recommended that breeder pens maximum size of 100 acres be reduced to something much smaller, which should help aid in the recovery and testing of mortalities in those pens and accounting of deer inventories in those facilities. Although this is a very good recommendation, it would require a statutory change by the legislature to reduce the pen size. There was mixed support or opposition for several of the proposed changes. One of those, again, was visible ID for all breeder deer, including upon release. Some members of the committee supported the visible ID requirement, again, noting the importance of visible ID to aid in the ability to ID and remove trace deer on a release site. Additionally, visible ID provides landowners and hunters the ability to ID breeder deer that may escape the release site, providing them the opportunity to remove that deer if possible. Others were not supportive of the visible ID, noting release site owners should have a choice whether tags are retained, and retaining ID is the standard practice for many deer breeders that sell deer to release sites, so the change is not necessary. In current policy that we're operating under now has been to only require the tattoo in one form of electronic identification upon release. There was some discussion and concerns regarding the retention rates of dangle tags and possibly those tags being dislodged after release, and that a better option might be a minimum standard of the RFID button tag as a visible ID. Additionally, there were discussions and suggestions that a tattoo be required in the fawns by March 31 following their birth year, just to enhance the tattoo quality and durability. However, that tag size or requirements for the RFID button tag or the date that a tattoo would need to be in the fawn's ear would be statutory changes, again, that have to be handled by the legislature. And I will note there's some research that's been conducted that shows retention rates of the ear tags are really high, upwards of 90+%. And so just wanted to share that as well. There's also disagreement by some for the release site fence inspection requirement. Several noted the concerns for additional cost burdens on release site landowners, concerns about the number of department approved facility inspectors out there, and a possible bottleneck that could occur to meet inspection demands in a timely manner. Additionally, some noted that the TWIM system already requires an acknowledgement of the fence requirements by release site owners when they register a new release site in the TWIM system. And others noted the need for the inspection to address fraudulent scenarios where a landowner may create a fictitious release site or a registered release site that is not completely fenced and not compliant with the current requirements. There's also some opposition to the proximity rule requirements for breeder facilities that have been fenced greater than 1 year, and again, having to wait after a year after the whole herd test to move deer. As noted previously, the department intends to remove that 1 year waiting period to be able to move deer for those facilities that have been fenced greater than 1 year. A few others suggested no whole herd test or a custom epi review be used to allow for flexibility to consider other factors such as past testing history in that facility or surrounding release sites or surrounding testing on the surrounding release sites in those free-ranging populations. Lastly, there was a recommendation from some on the committee to remove the requirements prohibiting DMP within the proximity distance and within that proximity distance, but with some certain requirements in place to address that. And as I noted earlier, we're proposing to allow that change to allow DMP within that 5 or 25-mile proximity distance. And the last group we talked to was a Private Lands Advisory Committee, and they provided some comments on the proposal, generally supporting the removal of CBD zones, carcass disposal rules, again, the positive breeding facility standards, and visible ID. However, there were some concerns by a few individuals about the fencing inspection requirements and additional financial burden on deer breeders or landowners releasing deer. Additionally, suggestions were made to require fence inspections of existing release sites currently registered with the department that will release deer in the future. Also a requirement, suggestion to require that the department disclose the location of CBD detections and also the property boundaries of trace release sites not in compliance with herd plan requirements. And we had a suggestion to postpone the rules pertaining to curtailing traces from breeder facilities in that 0 to 3 year period, considering the increased number of detections in the past 2 years. The committee did ask TPWD to come back, or the department staff to come back to that committee after the commission meeting to further discuss committee feedback or commission feedback and any recommendations to staff, so that the Private Lands Advisory Committee can provide additional comment prior to the January meeting. So these next two slides are not rule changes that are being proposed, but I did want to elaborate briefly on the department's CBD outreach and surveillance efforts moving forward, especially in light of the possible removal of CBD zones. So I hear comments occasionally that the department is throwing the towel with removal zones or some of these changes. And I just want to state emphatically that's not the case. We're not throwing in the towel. So the department will continue to inform hunters and landowners of where CBD has been detected utilizing technologies such as the Texas Hunt and Fish app, which you see a screenshot of that there on the slide. And where CBD detection locations can be displayed and color-coded by the type of detection, whether that was in a captive facility or free-range positive, when that positive occurred, other information, if it's a captive facility, has it been depopulated. And so we want to empower landowners and hunters and deer breeders with the best management practices so that they can make informed decisions about how they may want to help manage disease on their properties. It must be clear that hunters and landowners will play a key role in helping manage this disease. In fact, one of the best things that we can do is to continue to encourage and support deer harvest and deer hunting. As I often say, good deer management is good CBD management. If you manage your deer populations, keeping your numbers in check with your habitat, that helps to reduce or maintain prevalence rates of CBDs out there on the landscape. It removes potential hosts from the landscape, and good habitat management helps to improve fawn recruitment rates, which can also help to buffer against impacts of CBD on deer populations. So it's critical we continue to strengthen that trust between landowners, hunters, and the department. This proposal and the pathway forward will help to do that by removing disincentives for sampling statewide because there are no repercussions for testing, i.e. no zones. Lastly, I wanted to touch on surveillance efforts moving forward. The department does intend to maintain or expand opportunities in ways hunters and landowners can submit CBD samples. Some of these options would include check stations in key locations, drop boxes, so a freezer where you can drop a head off, or a do-it-yourself mail-in kit, which we're pilot testing the Panhandle this year. So hunters collect a sample, they mail it in, we can take that information and sample and send it on to the lab. And lastly, they can coordinate with a biologist or a CBD seasonal to get their samples collected. Additionally, it's critical that the department continue to inform hunters and landowners about our sampling goals throughout the state. How can we expect hunters and landowners to help us and be aware of our sampling goals and needs if we don't let them know what those goals are, whether that's at a county level, a deer management unit level, or a specific area of interest? To address that, we hope to be able to utilize a public-facing CBD dashboard similar to what you see on the slide to let folks not only know about our CBD sampling goals and efforts in those particular areas, but also real-time what sampling has occurred throughout the deer season. That way, a hunter or landowner that's viewing this map throughout the season can say, hey, I see there's only 10 samples in Gillespie County that need 20, so I'm going to help them reach their goal by providing samples. So we need to be able to continue to do that. And finally, we also continue to investigate the possibility of using alternative sampling methods such as RT Quick that this commission has heard about multiple times over the last year or two. So with that, staff requests this item be placed in the Texas Register for public comment, and I'll be glad to answer questions.
Thank you, Alan. Any questions by the commissioners?
Commissioner Abel, I have just a couple small ones. On the double fencing requirement, if I want to be a new breeder, if I'm on a property that already is high fenced, does that pen have to be double fenced, or is the perimeter fencing considered the double fence?
Oh, you need to be double fenced around that facility. So in your example, if I have a ranch and
it's all under high fence.
And it's under high fence, and I've got deer running around the free range out there, and I hunt that, then that perimeter boundary fence of the property doesn't count because, like I said in the package, everything within the perimeter fence, that double fence, is considered part of that deer breeding facility. So at that point, your whole ranch will be the deer breeding facility. You couldn't hunt, you couldn't do anything there other than what's permitted. So the intent is to double fence to prevent nose-to-nose contact with everything outside of that.
Got it. On the other question, on the visible ear tags, are there any guidelines on size, like a minimum size of the tag?
Yeah, it's in statute, and I don't recall off the top of my head what they are. So, and then the lettering has to have a certain size. I think it's whatever, 5/16 or a ½ inch tall and no more than 5/16 gap between the letters, and then it has to be on a background that you can that's lighting up. There's contrast between the.
Thank you. Great work.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gilo, I have a question. So there was an addition where the trace deer must have 20 months residency in a trace-out facility, and I don't know what slide it was. And you did say that it has not been vetted with the CWD Advisory Committee, correct? But you're going to go back and vet that with them?
Yes, this was a late addition, and so again, through some last-minute discussions, and so we're going back to the advisory committees to present this and receive feedback.
Okay, well, I don't know, this question might be for Dr. Reed, but do you feel like this change is scientifically defensible?
So,
good morning. For the records, Dr. J. Hunter Reed. So, in terms of this trace-out requirement, whether or not it's supported by science, under this strategy, I think it would reduce the risk of those animals being infected and being released, but it would not eliminate all of the risk. I still think that there would be a more than small likelihood that some animals may be released out of a Category B facility and still be infected.
When you say more than slight, like what percentage?
Looking at the literature, if you're talking about an animal with codon 96 GG, there's GG, GS, and SS that has the best research. GG, you would have the highest likelihood of being able to detect at 20 months with a rectal test. It's more concerning when you get to animals that are GS or SS. Those animals with those genotypes may not be detectable at that point. The industry is moving in a direction that is looking at those genotypes more. They're more valuable. They're also less susceptible to CWD, so there's some benefits to that, but it does reduce the likelihood of being able to detect the disease in those animals.
So, I hate to put you in the hot spot, but what would be better than 20 months, I guess?
Yeah.
In your opinion?
So I guess
based on science.
So the best way to not be in this situation and to avoid the situation altogether is if you have a deer on a release site and it has a tag in its ear, you submit a test. That animal, if it ends up being a trace animal and it were submitted for testing, we could completely avoid that situation in a lot of these cases. If you're just looking at bucks, I would say about 40% of these bucks are of shooter buck age, and they might be harvested that season. That's a very easy and probably highly recoverable subset of animals that we could really close the gap on these category B types of situations. If we're moving forward with a rule package, 0 to 3 years with some of these elements, I guess I would recommend trying to lengthen the residency time from 20 months to a minimum of 24 months. And also, tonsil testing would be a much more sensitive technique for being able to detect the disease antemortem testing-wise.
Thank you. Alan, and I had one more question because I think it was, and I might be wrong, on slide 19, there was removal of some provisions that also I don't think were vetted by the CWD Advisory Committee.
Slide 19.
Was it 19? Maybe it wasn't 19. It's so hard since I can't.
Well, there's a couple of items that haven't been vetted, you know, just recent additions. We'll continue to move forward and vet those through the advisory committees.
Okay.
And I don't recall which one it was, other than what the category B stuff that Dr. Reed was talking about.
I know that in the proximity proposal, under deer management permits will not be authorized. I think one of them that wasn't vetted was a property wholly located within 5 or 25 miles of free range detection. I don't think that was vetted, but I didn't take a picture of the other slide and I can't get back to it, so I don't remember, but I think you probably will figure it out.
Yeah, we intend to, you know, the items that are recent additions that we haven't fully vetted, we intend to vet those before this would go to the register and receive feedback.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
This Commissioner Bell had a comment.
Yes, sir.
Just, you know, had the opportunity to kind of, you say, more closely observe everyone in their interaction in this. And so first, I'd like to thank everybody that was involved in all the meetings, all the discussions. You know, I don't know that we're going to have, I'll say, a 100% perfect solution, but what we have here in this package, I believe, at least for opening discussion purposes, because these aren't the rules, these are the first sets for discussion and consideration. Some may go through exactly as is, some will have some adjustments and some tweaks. I think it's a good place for us to start for consideration. So, and I do know that all of those stakeholder groups were actively engaged, and we appreciate that. So, it's a, and if we can be successful here, it will also help us avoid, I say, constantly being in emergency response mode.
Right.
So that this becomes more of a regular management practice for us. And I think that's a positive piece as well. And these rules will allow everyone to better understand our long-term strategy. And it is an evolution of what we've learned over the past 12 years. So I think that's a positive, and we just need to, it's something we're doing in real time, so we just have to continue to observe and get better. And, you know, a lot of this I think will be successful. We may have a few hiccups. If we have a hiccup here or there, we'll need to make an adjustment. So we just need to stay conscious, but I think landowners would appreciate what's going on. I think that some of the items here are items that had been sticking points for a long time that we have now had the opportunity to move forward on and at least have open discussion and consideration, and everybody's willing to participate and talk about it. So I'd say good job to you, Dr. Reed, I'm sorry, Hunter Reed. You know, your name kind of, your first and last name is almost like one word now, right? But thanks to all the folks over there, and just we appreciate the effort.
Anyone else?
Commissioner Galo, I do want to echo Vice Chairman's comments. I did see a real effort by TWA and TDA to work together on this. It's been a long process, and there's been a lot of work put into it. And I also want to thank you, Alan, and staff, and everyone that has put a lot of hours into this. I really appreciate everybody trying to see each other's points of views and each other's concerns. So.
Anyone else? Everybody good? Okay, good. Well, I'll add on. Alan, thanks to the staff, advisory committees, all our stakeholders for the hard work, the proposed package. I especially want to recognize Texas Deer Association, Jody Phillips, and Texas Wildlife Association, Jonathan Letts, for their dedication in the process. They have been really fantastic, and the collaborative nature as to which those two associations have worked is really wonderful. So I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. I'm grateful for the commitment of time, effort in developing a clear, flexible, and practical regulation regarding the Category B trace exemption as outlined by Alan. The approach will not only enable us to effectively monitor and detect the disease, but also create a straightforward pathway for facilities to stay movement qualified, provided they comply with the rule. And that's the key here, is that we want good actors. We don't want to prevent people from the deer breeding industry. It is approved by our legislature, and we need to appropriately regulate it with good, practical, pragmatic rules. And I think, from my perspective, this is the most comprehensive set of rules package that has come out really since the beginning of the disease. And it's not perfect, but boy, it is I believe, the 80-90% answer in terms of CWD and the prevention of the growth of it. So with that, once again, thank everyone for their involvement in this. We still have a ways to go before we get to an official rules package, but let's move forward on it and keep us updated as we progress. Thank you for your involvement, Alan.
Thank you.
And thank you, Dr. Hunter. Well done. Thank you. Okay. With that, work session item number 11, permits to possess or sell non-game fish taken from public freshwater, changes to list of affected species and other changes, request permission to publish proposed changes in the Texas Register.
Chairman David Yoskowitz.
Sorry.
Yes,
if there's no further questions, this is relative to work session item number 10. If there's no further questions, I'll authorize staff to publish the rules in the Texas Register. Got it.
Thank you, sir.
My apologies. Work session item 11, Mr. Michael Tennant.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Michael Tennant, and I'm the Regulations and Policy Coordinator in the Inland Fisheries Division. Today, I'll be presenting proposed changes to the rules governing permits to possess or sell non-game fish from public freshwaters. To give a quick overview of the proposed changes I'll discuss today, these include adding silver carp and sucker-mouth armored catfishes to the list of species for which a permit may be issued for commercial harvest, and the removal of freshwater drum, minnows, Rio Grande cichlid to disallow commercial harvest. The proposed changes also include non-substantive housekeeping changes to standardized terminology. Silver carp is native to Eastern Asia and were introduced to private fish farms and wastewater treatment facilities in the United States during the 1970s and 1980s as a biological control agent to reduce algae growth and improve water quality conditions in ponds. By 1980, they had escaped into the Mississippi River system during flood events and subsequently spread rapidly throughout the Mississippi River drainage and beyond. They have become established and potentially problematic in more than 10 states, including Texas, where they compete with native species and pose hazards to boaters because they weigh up to 60 pounds and can leap out of the water when startled such as by boat noise, sometimes striking boaters. Silver carp populations occur in the Red River and tributaries downstream of the Lake Texoma Dam, but are not yet highly abundant. There are U.S. and international markets for wild-caught silver carp, and regional efforts are underway to incentivize harvest. The proposed rule change would add silver carp to the list of fish for which the department may issue permits authorizing take from public freshwaters for commercial purposes to encourage removal. Suckermouth armored catfishes are native to Central and South America, and multiple species are imported to the U.S. via the aquarium trade to control algae. Aquarists have been known to dump the contents of fish tanks for various reasons, which is believed to have resulted in the introduction of several species to Texas waters, where high abundance has been documented in some locations. Suckermouth armored catfishes compete with native fish, consume the eggs of other fishes through their feeding behavior, and may cause serious disruptions in food webs and native ecosystems. They are especially problematic in spring-influenced river systems, such as those found in Central Texas, but are also widespread in the Houston and South Texas regions, where warmer waters allow for overwinter survival. Additionally, their burrowing behavior causes destabilization and erosion in riverbanks and earthen dams. There has been commercial interest in this species from pet food producers. The proposed rule change would add suckermouth armored catfishes to the list of fish for which the department may issue permits authorizing take from public freshwaters for commercial purposes to encourage removal. Freshwater drum is native to Texas and is recreationally and ecologically important. The species serves as a reproductive host for numerous species of native freshwater mussels, many of which are threatened, endangered, or recognized as species in need of conservation intervention. The department has determined that continued commercial harvest of freshwater drum is inconsistent with conservation and recovery goals for imperiled freshwater mussels. The proposed rule change would remove freshwater drum from the list of commercially harvestable species and disallow commercial harvest. 10 permittees reported harvest of freshwater drum between 2014 and 2023, with total sales of $5,911. The permittee reporting the highest sales over the 10-year period reported total sales of $1,800. 12 persons are permitted to commercially harvest freshwater drum in 2024. The department has determined that 7 of 11 minnow genera currently authorized for commercial harvest include species that are threatened, endangered, or species of greatest conservation need, 37 imperiled species in total. Currently, the department, by special permit conditions, restrict minnow harvest where imperiled minnow species concerns have been identified. Minnows serve critical roles in healthy aquatic ecosystems, forming a prey base in the food web, for example. Today, bait minnows are supplied by the aquaculture industry rather than from wild harvest. The department believes it is prudent to remove minnows from the list of commercially harvestable fish to align with conservation goals and prevent additional state or federal listings as threatened or endangered species. One permittee reported harvest of minnows between 2014 and 2023 with total sales of $100. No commercial harvest has been reported since 2017. 8 persons are permitted to commercially harvest minnows in 2024. The Rio Grande cichlid is native to lower reaches of the Rio Grande and is the only indigenous cichlid native to the United States. Populations have become established outside the native range and river drainages of central Texas's Edwards Plateau, including the San Marcos, Guadalupe, San Antonio, and Colorado rivers. It has become increasingly popular as a sport fish, particularly among fly fishers. The department believes that removing Rio Grande cichlid from the list of commercially harvestable fish aligns with recreational fisheries management goals, especially for central Texas creeks and rivers, where sport fishing guides offer trips targeting the species. 2 permittees reported harvest of Rio Grande cichlid between 2014 and 2023, with total sales of $423. No commercial harvest has been reported since 2020. 9 persons are permitted to commercially harvest Rio Grande cichlid in 2024. To summarize the proposed changes, staff recommend adding silver carp and suckermouth armored catfishes to the list of species for which a permit may be issued for commercial harvest, and removal of freshwater drum, minnows, and Rio Grande cichlid to disallow commercial harvest. Staff seek permission to publish proposed amendments to the Texas Register for public comment. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Tennant. Any questions? If not, I'll authorize staff to publish the rules in the Texas Register. Thank you very much. Work session item number 12, 2025-2026, statewide recreational and commercial fishing proclamation preview. Mr. Brian Bartram, please make a presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Brian Bartram with Coastal Fisheries, and I'll be presenting the statewide recreational and commercial fishing proclamation preview for your consideration. This is just a preview to apprise you of what we're thinking, and we'll be coming back to you with a formal request in January. There are no proposals for inland fisheries regulations, so we'll jump right into proposals for coastal fisheries, of which there is only one. Staff are proposing to change the commercial minimum length limit in Texas state waters for greater amberjack from 34 inches total length to 40 inches total length. Currently, the minimum length in federal waters is 36 inches fork length. 40 inches total length is roughly the equivalent of 36 inches fork length. So we've chosen to maintain the use of total length for consistency of fish measurement. And just to define the difference between the two measurements, total length is measured from the tip of the snout to the tip of the tail, whereas fork length is measured from tip of the snout to the fork of the tail, as you can see there on the graphic. So the purpose of this change is to match the size regulations in federal waters, as this promotes ease of enforcement and should also promote compliance amongst participants in the commercial fishery. Length limits that closely match between state and federal waters should also reduce confusion. Just a quick rundown of the process. We'll present a formal request in January, and then we'll seek adoption at the March meeting. And with the approval of the commission, the change would take effect September 1st of 2025. Thank you for your time, and I'd like to welcome any questions from the commission.
Patent question. If we really want to avoid confusion, should we consider looking at fork length rather than total length so that we would be consistent with the federal regs?
Well, the issue there is that the vast majority of our regulations on our other fish species, those harvest regulations are set to total length, so it might result in confusion amongst recreational anglers.
Okay.
Any other questions? Seems pretty straightforward. Is this the only, state of Texas, everything's in total length, correct?
Yeah, all of our
We don't
regulations.
use anything fork length.
Not to my knowledge.
And do the feds use all fork length?
A lot of fork lengths, yes.
They do. Wonder what the origin of that is.
There can be variability in the end of the tail.
Okay, all right, great. Sounds pretty straightforward. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Work session, item number 13, 2025-2026, statewide hunting and migratory game bird proclamation preview. Mr. Kevin Cry and Mr. Gray, please make your presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, actually close to afternoon. Chairman, Commissioners, for the record, my name is Kevin Cry. I'm the Waterfowl Program Leader for Texas Parks and Wildlife. I'm here today to provide a quick preview of the potential proposals we anticipate for the 25-26 hunting season. Also, just a reminder that our Migratory Game Bird Technical Committee and Advisory Committees will be meeting this December to develop full staff proposals, and we'll bring those forth to you this January. I also wanted to remind you that when establishing seasons for game birds, here in Texas, we are required to stay within federal frameworks established by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. There are 2 changes to those federal frameworks that will impact our 25-26 migratory game bird season that I will review on the following slides. Oh, yeah, there we go. Aside from those two changes, the season lengths and bag limits for all other migratory game bird species will remain the same. The two framework changes that I was referencing are inclusive to the early teal season length and the bag limit for northern pintails. The 2024 waterfowl breeding population and habitat survey resulted in a blue-winged teal estimate of 4.55 million birds, which falls below the established 4.7 million bird threshold to have a 16-day season, as indicated by the red bar in the graph displayed. Thus, in the 24-25 season, or 25-26 season, we will be restricted to a 9-day early teal season. The other change that we are anticipating for next year has to do with the pintail bag limit. The 13-year-old National Harvest Management Strategy for pintails was recently updated and modernized. The new model uses harvest data and predictions about fall migration to calculate the annual harvestable surplus and better inform hunting regulations. Recent data from annual monitoring of this species has shown the potential for more harvest opportunity than we previously realized, and the new strategy now allows for a maximum bag limit of 3 per day when the population warrants that. The new model outputs suggest that the optimal bag limit for the 25-26 season will in fact be a 3-bird bag limit. Based on recent wild turkey distribution mapping efforts by field staff, Lubbock County, as you can see here, is one of the only counties in the High Plains with known occupancy of turkeys, yet it currently does not have an established turkey hunting season. As such, staff will be proposing to add Lubbock County to the Wild Turkey North Zone season framework for next season. More specifically, the proposal is to open Lubbock County for turkey hunting in the fall for either sex and in the spring for the harvest of gobblers and bearded hens. This will include a 4-bird annual bag limit. This proposal has been reviewed and approved by Texas Parks and Wildlife's upland technical and advisory committees. With that, concludes my presentation, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, commissioners? Okay, thank you. I think we have a second. Mr. Gray.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, my name's Sean Gray. I'm the Mule Deer and Pronghorn Program Leader, and I'd like to brief the commission on potential proposals to mule deer hunting regulations this January. This map illustrates our current mule deer seasons in the state. The yellow and blue colored counties have a 16-day general season that starts the Saturday before Thanksgiving with a special archery season. The blue colored counties are where we have implemented a mule deer antler restriction in the Panhandle. In the Trans-Pecos, those green colored counties, we have a 17-day general season starting the Friday after Thanksgiving with a special archery season. The light green colored county in the Trans-Pecos is Terrell County and is where we have been experimenting with the mule deer antler restriction since 2022. The current statewide special archery season starts the Saturday closest to September 30th and runs for 35 consecutive days. All general seasons and the special archery season in all but 3 counties in the Trans-Pecos are buck only. Staff have received several requests over the last few years to increase the length of the special archery season and to consolidate the Managed Lands Deer Program, archery only, and all weapons seasons for mule deer. The special archery season is 35 days, and staff would like to extend the Panhandle season from 35 to 56 consecutive days, and the Trans-Pecos season from 35 to 62 days. These archery season extensions would end the day before each region's general starting date, because the Trans-Pecos general season starts 6 days after the Panhandle. The archery extension would be 6 days longer in the Trans-Pecos than in the Panhandle. The present mule deer MLDP seasons are an archery season that runs the Saturday closest to September 30th for 35 consecutive days, and any lawful mean season that starts the first Saturday in November and runs through the last Sunday in January. Another potential regulation change would be to consolidate both mule deer MLDP seasons to allow for any lawful means from the Saturday closest to September 30th to the last Sunday in January. Staff believe extending the special archery seasons and consolidating the MLDP mule deer seasons will not have any negative biological impacts to mule deer populations. In addition, staff recently conducted an online opinion survey to gauge constituent support on these potential mule deer regulation changes. Generally, the survey recipients were hunters who bought hunting licenses in 2023 and resided in mule deer range, or anyone who reported a deer harvest from 2021 to 2023 within mule deer range through the Texas Hunt Fish app. Landowners in the survey were those who have participated in mule deer MLDP or applied for antlerless mule deer or pronghorn permits. In total, 53,380 hunters and landowners were sent an online opinion survey via email invitation on September 10th, with 2 reminders 7 to 10 days apart. The response rate was 4.3%, which totaled 1,951 respondents. The first question of the survey asked the participants to define their association with mule deer. Choices were hunter, landowner, manager, and guide. The majority of the respondents, 54%, said their association with mule deer was a hunter. 25% said they were a landowner, and only 5% a guide. In the opinion survey, we asked, would you support extending the current mule deer archery only season in the Panhandle counties from 35 to 56 days, starting from the Saturday closest to September 30th and ending the day before the general season begins? 80% of all respondents and 83% of Panhandle respondents said they would support this change. We also asked, would you support extending the current mule deer archery only season in the Trans-Pecos counties from 35 to 62 consecutive days, starting from the Saturday closest to September 30th and ending the day before the general season begins? 75% of all respondents and 81% of Trans-Pecos respondents said they would support this change as well. Lastly, we asked under mule deer MLDP, would you support consolidating the special archery only season within any weapon season, which would allow for any lawful means to be used from the Saturday closest to September 30th through the last Sunday in January on properties participating in the mule deer MLD program? About 70% of all respondents and over 70% of mule deer MLDP respondents would support this change too. Again, staff believe extending the current special archery seasons and consolidating the mule deer MLDP seasons will not have any negative biological impacts to mule deer populations. And with the positive feedback from the opinion survey, as well as support from the Mule Deer Advisory Committee and the Texas Wildlife Association Big Game Committee, staff would like to come back to this commission in January to request to publish these potential mule deer regulation changes in the Texas Register for public comment. And I'd be happy to take any questions that you might have at this time.
All right, any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Let's see, work session item number 14, 2024 Survey of Employee Engagement. Mr. Matt Kennedy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Matt Kennedy, and I'm with the Human Resources Division, and I'm here to share with you a quick briefing on the 2024 Survey of Employee Engagement results. Quick overview for you all on the Survey of Employee Engagement, which we also refer to as the C. The C is simply an organizational climate survey that's conducted by the Institute for Organizational Excellence at the University of Texas at Austin. And it's a really great opportunity for our employees to have an option to give feedback on how the organization is performing and how they're engaging with one another in the work that the organization is doing. All full-time, regular, and part-time employees are eligible to participate, and there are several different entities who get to see the C. So legislatively speaking, it's entities such as House Appropriations, Senate Finance, LBB, Sunset Advisory, executive committees such as the State Auditor's Office. Of course, you all, the TPW Commission, see these results. Our executive office was briefed on them as soon as we received them, then division directors. And this past August, Dr. Yaskowicz shared the results with all TPWD employees. So how does the C work? There are 48 primary questions that are written by the University of Texas at Austin, and they are broken down into 12 different constructs or topic areas that you see here on your screen. There are an additional 22 questions to the survey that are written by Parks and Wildlife. They are not scored as a part of these 12 constructs. However, we will take a look at a couple of those additional questions a little bit later. Everyone responds on a Likert scale on these 70 questions. Anywhere from strongly disagree to strongly agree. The survey then translates those into points and scores between 100 and 500. Anything that is 350 points or above is considered strong or excellent in this survey. Spoiler alert for you, you're going to see a whole bunch of numbers in that strong and excellent category here in just a second. UT does provide Parks and Wildlife with several different reports for this survey at an agency level, but also at each division level as well. So here is the Parks and Wildlife response rate to the survey of employee engagement over the last several iterations. Most recently, for 2024, we fell at a 75% response rate. Now, I know you see that there was a 7% decrease compared to the 2022 survey. Not super concerned about that dip in response for a couple of different reasons. First, 75% response rate for an organization the size of Parks and Wildlife is outstanding. Second of all, you'll see here in just a second, even though we had a decrease in our score, or in our response rate, we actually had an increase in our overall score from 383 up to 391. Now, if you remember back to that point reference chart, anything 350 and above is considered strong. 400 is that standard of excellence in this survey. Parks and Wildlife's overall score for the entire organization is almost at that standard of excellence of 400 points. That's relatively unheard of, especially for an organization that's almost 3,200 employees. We continue to trend in the right direction in our overall score, and that's not surprising when you can look at the levels of engagement across the organization. We had 63% of our employees that fell into the categories of highly engaged or engaged. That's 6% higher compared to the previous survey when we were at 57% in those same two categories. But not surprising to see that we are doing so well in these areas. We traditionally do better than most organizations, largely because of our mission and the work that we get to do. But in 2024, the Gallup organization reported that all organizations across climate surveys had about 32% of their workforces that fell into being actively engaged. Parks and Wildlife almost 30% better than the average organization in that regard. Here is how Parks and Wildlife scored on each of the 12 constructs for not just this survey, but the previous two surveys as well. That yellow bar up at the front shows the 2024 score. The green right above it is 2020, and the blue right below it's 2022 for your reference. You'll first notice that every single score that you see here is at 350 or above, with the exception of pay. Of course, it's our Achilles heel. We'll talk more about it here in just a minute. But the other thing I'll point out to you is that half of all of these constructs meet or exceed that standard of excellence of 400 points for this survey. And for the first time, the organization is hitting those marks in over half of those categories. Our largest increases were work group at 29 points, and while it does still remain relatively low, pay increased at 15 points. A 1-point decrease in benefits, not statistically significant, although we'll look at it. and a 5-point decrease in information systems, which honestly is just natural regression after we had such huge increases to the score in that category between 2020 and 2022. So first, let's take a look at the areas of strength for Parks and Wildlife. Work group, supervision, and strategic, a little bit different compared to previous surveys. Normally, work group is 4th, and it catapulted from 4th to 1st in this survey, and we'll take a look at why. The reason why actually comes on the 3rd question that you see here. Right, you can see that the other 3 questions, the scores did not change a whole lot over the previous surveys. However, that 3rd question with the asterisk, the score jumped a lot from below 350 to well over 400. The question for 2024 reads, in my work group, we encourage each other to learn from our mistakes. But that question was new for the 2024 survey. Previously, that statement in the C had always read, my work group uses performance data to improve the quality of our work. The problem with that question is that it wasn't something that could be measured consistently across all areas of the organization. Not everyone is able to use performance data in the same ways. So we had varying scores. Now the question measures something more relevant to work group, and we have a more consistent score with the other 3 questions. Not surprising when you get to know the people here at Parks and Wildlife that work group continues to be one of our strongest areas. The other reason why work group remains number 1 for us also comes out of supervision here, our 2nd strongest construct at 415 points. All of these had increases compared to the previous survey, but I think the ones that are most important to point out and really speak to work group and our employee engagement is the ability for employees to be able to do their best work and supervisors evaluating their performance fairly. Those things are really important to us achieving our strategic vision as an organization. This is another construct that we do very well in at 413 points for the 2024 survey. But the reason we do so well with this is because it's easy for employees across our agency to see the impact of their day-to-day work on the larger mission and strategic vision of Parks and Wildlife. We continue to do well here, and we can continue to leverage this toward employee engagement in the future. So here's some areas of opportunity for the department. Pay, of course. Benefits was a 1-point decrease for us. And internal communication, while it shows us an area of opportunity and was our 3rd lowest scoring construct, really is an anomaly. It doesn't belong in the bottom 3. At 382, it's a very, very good score, and we actually had an increase compared to the previous surveys. First, we'll take a look at pay. 252 is a terrible score. However, 15-point increase compared to the previous survey is something promising, and where we see those biggest gains was my pay keeps pace with the cost of living. Some of the legislative increases that occurred over the last couple of years, in addition to some of the strategic equities that Parks and Wildlife has made a point to make in the last couple of years, has helped move the needle in a positive direction here. However, I think we can all acknowledge it's not quite enough, and there's more work that we can do in this arena. The next area is benefits. Now, the reason I say a 1-point decrease is not statistically significant is not just because a 1-point decrease is not statistically significant, but it's also because we're not able to control 2/3 of this construct. Retirement benefits and health insurance benefits are actually controlled by the legislature. The only thing we have control over as an agency is how we're able to communicate how those benefits are able to be tailored to meet individual needs. On that one question, we actually saw a bit of an increase for the agency because of those efforts that we continue to make across the entire organization in that regard. The way that we do that is through internal communication, and it's an area that we continue to get stronger in as an organization. At 382, this score is very, very good, but where you see some of those biggest gains for us are some of those open and honest, collaborative environments in our communication. And you're going to see that theme come up here in just a second, too. There's a couple of additional questions around internal communication. The 3 on the left are written by UT and scored in other constructs. But the one on the far right, the flow of communication from my immediate supervisor is effective, is a Parks and Wildlife specific question. And you see that we've continued to trend in the right direction on this one over the last several surveys, really showing why supervision and work group continue to be so strong for our organization. 3 more questions that Parks and Wildlife wrote new for the 2022 survey, and we share them with you here because we now have trend data for the first time. People are more collaborative and communicative across disciplines and divisions. They're able to share feedback with division directors. And this last one's really important. Leadership provides timely, clear communication on important matters. At a score of 364, it's really great to see that trend in the right direction, but that's a hard ship to turn around for an organization that's as dispersed as Parks and Wildlife. It's great to see these going in that direction. One last area we want to talk about, and that's trust. There are 2 questions around trust in the survey. One is around workplace trust, and it's scored as a part of the community construct. The other is written by Parks and Wildlife, and that's there being trust between divisions. Both of these saw increases compared to the previous survey, but I think the most important message on this slide is the increase that our organization has had in both of these questions compared to 2018 to 2024. We've made significant strides to break down silos across the organization and within teams to ensure that that trust continues to be cemented and that we're doing a better job of reaching our overall mission. So quick overview of the process for the survey of employee engagement. Of course, we're briefing you all right now here in November 2024, but we did just wrap up each division submitting a tailored action plan for their employees based off of the feedback from their divisional reports to the C. They're beginning to implement those action plans across the agency with the intention of having them fully implemented before we re-administer the C in early 2026 so that we can continue to leverage this tool to benefit one of our most important natural resources, and that's our human resources. With that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Great. Any questions of Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you.
Okay, if not, I've got one. So, Mr. Kennedy, is there a way to parse out the data by group, division, department? Because one of the issues in here is that you get the survey, but you don't. They're 20% don't agree you do anything with. That's not that high, but we do this at our company, and the most important element of a survey like this is that you proactively go take the results and then go do something about it.
Absolutely.
And the only way to do that is by a department or division. It's hard to do it with, how many employees do we have at Texas Park?
Almost 3,200.
It's hard to do it kind of in a broad mandate. Can you break this down by group and then go to that group and really try to ferret out what's going on there and make the changes?
Absolutely. So to some degree, we're able to do that. We get division reports, so all 13 divisions get their own division report, and then our larger divisions, specifically law enforcement, state parks, and wildlife, get breakdowns of region-specific reports as well. But that's as granular as any of the data gets. Some of that is to protect anonymity of the respondents as well. So to answer your question, some of the things that we've done to address that exact issue in the past and for this iteration of the survey has been focus groups in the past, both in-person and virtual and written focus groups that have provided us a lot of feedback. We didn't use those targeted focus groups this time because the data hasn't changed a whole lot coming out of the focus groups over the last 6 or 7 years. What we did this time was we gave each division their specific report, and we said, drill down with your teams to create a meaningful action plan that addresses the most salient themes that came out of your division's report. And so individually within divisions, they did target specific groups talk to different focus groups within their divisions to gather some additional context to the results and produce those action plans. And we're just now starting to roll those action plans out in each of those divisions.
Good. So will you keep the director informed on this so he can keep me informed? It's an important part of morale that you're taking the survey, you're listening to people, and then you're going and proactively doing something about it. So people just want to be heard, and they don't want the results to be blown off and just as a perfunctory process do a survey. So it really agitates them. So
Yes,
anyway,
sir.
so push hard to implement some results relative to the survey.
Yes, sir, you got it.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you.
I would say real quickly, it'd be very interesting to see the results of the action plan, right? So if you could do an executive summary of what the results of the survey were, what issues that you identified, the action plan that you created and then implemented, and then on the backside to see the new survey and see how we improved in those areas.
Absolutely.
Or not. So
Yes, sir. We
that-
can
that-
definitely put that together leading into the 2026 survey so that we can all see what we did, where we're at, and then we can compare that to the new results.
Yeah, that'd be very helpful to the team too, so they can see the measurable results of what they're doing.
Yes, sir.
I would like to see the plan that you put together for their 13 different departments.
Yeah, and I say I did not put any of them together. Each division did it themselves with their leadership teams. That way, it wasn't just HR dictating to them what to do. They had real ownership over doing something that was meaningful to their individual staffs. And absolutely, we will provide all of that to our executive leadership team to share with you all.
Great. Yep, Commissioner Doggett is going to be concerned about the 2026 results, while others here on the board are not. So have fun with that, Leslie.
We'll mail them out to you. How
All
about
right.
that?
Okay. Work session items number 15 through 22 will be heard in executive session. At this time, I'd like to announce that pursuant to the requirements of Chapter 551 Government Code, referred to as the Open Meetings Act, the executive session will be held at this time for purpose of deliberation of real estate matters under Section 551.072 of the Open Meetings Act, seeking legal advice under Section 551.071 of the Open Meetings Act, including advice regarding pending or contemplated litigation, and deliberating the evaluation of personnel under Section 551.074 Open Meetings Act. We now recess for the executive session at 12:48 p.m.
Check 1, 2. Hey, check 1. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check.
All right, D, we good? 6? That'll work? Okay. All right, thanks. We'll now reconvene the work session on November 6, 2024 at 2:43 p.m. Before we begin, I'll take roll. Chairman Hildebrand present, Vice Chair Bell not. Commissioner Abel?
Present.
Commissioner Doggett? Present. Mr. Galo? Commissioner Patton? Present. Commissioner Scott? Present. And Vice Chair Bell?
Present.
There you go. All right. We're now returning from the executive session where we discussed the work session real estate item numbers 15 through 19, Centennial Parks Conservation Fund projects, item number 20, litigation item number 21, and personnel matters item number 22. If there are no further questions, I'll place items numbers 15 through 19 on the Thursday commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. Regarding item number 20, I will authorize staff to begin the public notice and input process. Regarding item numbers 21 through 22, no further action is needed at this time. Dr. Hold on. Okay, now, back. The commission has completed its work session, and I declare we're not adjourned. What? Just the okay. All right, for the work session, we're adjourned at 2:44 p.m. All right. Now, annual public hearing, correct? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. The regional public hearing is called to order November 6, 2024 at 2:45 p.m. Before we proceed, I believe Dr. Jaskowitz has a statement to make.
A public notice of this meeting containing all items on the proposed agendas has been filed in the Office of the Secretary of State as required by Chapter 551 Government Code, referred to as the Open Meetings Act. I would like for this fact to be noted in the official record of this meeting. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I want to join all of you in welcoming everyone to this regional public hearing in Corpus Christi, Texas, and in the Coastal Bend. We're very deeply honored to be down here, and it's a great privilege for the department staff and the commissioners to be here sharing these 2 days in Corpus Christi. It's been 6 years since the commission had last had a commission meeting outside of Austin. We have a big presence in Corpus Christi and beyond with our coastal fisheries, state parks, wildlife, and law enforcement teams. As part of this hearing, we're going to have a chance to hear from some of our local department leaders about some of the work happening in the Coastal Bend area. Thank you.
Okay. Texas Parks and Wildlife Department operations and initiatives in the Coastal Bend area. We've got 4 presenters. First is Mr. Perry Trial. Mr. Trial.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Perry Trial. I'm the Regional Director for the Coastal Fisheries Management Teams on the lower half of the coast. Today, I'd like to tell you a little about our division's activities here in the Coastal Bend. I'd like to start by quickly highlighting the facilities that Coastal Fisheries operates out of in the Coastal Bend and the teams that work out of them. This is the Rockport Marine Lab, which happens to be our oldest facility. It was built in 1947 by the Texas Game, Fish, and Oyster Commission, and for 77 continuous years, we've been conducting fisheries research out of this building. It currently serves as our regional office, so I work out of this building along with our science director, Mark Fisher, and some of his staff, as well as the Corpus Christi Bay Ecosystem Team, which I'll talk more about in a minute. In 2011, the Texas Historical Commission placed a historical marker in front of the lab recognizing its contribution to the state. So I just mentioned the Corpus Christi Bay Ecosystem Team. Coastal Fisheries has what we call an ecosystem team associated with each major bay system on the Texas coast. In the Coastal Bend, we have the Aransas Bay Ecosystem Team, the Corpus Christi Bay Ecosystem Team, and the Upper Laguna Madre Ecosystem Team. Our ecosystem teams collect fisheries data using a variety of gears and techniques. The data they collect and analyze are used for monitoring fish populations, estimating fishing pressure and landings, assessment of regulations, assessment of impacts from spills, kills, freezes, etc., and other research. These teams often collaborate with local university researchers on all manner of marine ecosystem research projects. Also in Rockport, we have this facility, which we refer to as the Rockport Annex. It houses our Aransas Bay ecosystem team, as well as our coastal fisheries maintenance shop team. Our maintenance team in Rockport supports all of our teams up and down the coast by performing maintenance and repair on vehicles and vessels, as well as metal fabrication, fiberglass repair, construction of sampling gear, and a host of other things. They do an outstanding job of keeping everybody rolling. This happens to be our newest facility. This is the Corpus Christi Field Station on Waldron Road. It was completed and we moved in January of 2022. And this facility houses the Upper Laguna Madre Ecosystem Team, as well as 2 staff members from our Science and Policy branch, and the Lower Coast Ecosystem Resources Program teams. Our Ecosystem Resources Program comprises 3 teams that are all split between the Upper and Lower Coast. The Ecosystem Resources Assessment Team provides technical guidance relating to fish and wildlife impacts, conducts fish and wildlife assessments related to natural and anthropogenic impacts, and they coordinate with the ecosystem teams on large-scale sea turtle stunning and fish kill response. The Habitat Assessment Team collects data to assess, monitor, and map coastal habitats. They also develop and maintain spatial tools to assist in planning and decision-making. For example, choosing a new restoration site or evaluating a potential commercial oyster mariculture site. The Restoration and Artificial Reef Team, as the name would imply, lead the division's efforts in coastal habitat restoration, monitoring and assessment, and artificial reef deployment in the Gulf. The offshore reefing involves 3 programs. We have the Rigs to Reefs program, where decommissioned rigs are reefed more or less in place in the Gulf. So companies donate the rigs to us, plus money to support the program, and in turn, it saves them the cost of removal, which can be quite expensive. The Ships to Reefs program is where we take decommissioned ships, clean them up, and tow them to a site offshore and reef them. There are 12 such sites along the coast. And the Nearshore Reefing program allows us to partner with private citizens, organizations, and corporations to deploy various materials under our guidance. These sites are closer to shore and in shallower water, so they're much more accessible than some of the deeper artificial reef sites. We have 15 of those along the coast. Materials include things like recycled concrete structures, rock, or prefabricated reef structures like the pyramids you see in the lower right-hand image. Last but certainly not least is our CCA Marine Development Center, which is our Lower Coast Fish Hatchery. Opened in 1982 as the John Wilson Fish Hatchery, it was a cooperative effort between TPWD, Central Power and Light Company, and the Gulf Coast Conservation Association, which of course we now know as CCA. The hatchery raises the big 3, red drum, spotted sea trout, and southern flounder, helping boost natural recruitment of those species. Of course, you're all aware of the significant milestone reached by our hatchery program earlier this year when we released our 1 billionth fish. And certainly all the folks that have worked at MDC over the years contributed greatly to that accomplishment. Staff at the hatchery also conduct research and often collaborate with universities on research related to stock enhancement. The hatchery also provides a great setting for public outreach. MDC staff conduct tours of the hatchery. They provide touch tanks for in-person events and hold public fishing events. Of course, all of our teams participate in outreach, and our outreach coordinator, Holly Grand, does a great job coordinating many of these events with our teams throughout the year. Earth Day Bay Day is an example of a big in-person event in which we participate right here in Corpus Christi. And in FY24, we reached over 6,000 people at in-person events in Corpus Christi and surrounding counties, most of those being children. In addition, many more students were reached through online distance learning programs that Coastal Fisheries puts on throughout the year. And finally, I just want to conclude by recognizing some of our local partners with whom we frequently work in the Coastal Bend and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Trial? Thank you. That was a great event. There was a great event, the billionth, Billy the Billionth. That was a wonderful event. All right, Mr. Lynn Polasic.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hildebrand, Commissioners, and Dr. Yaskowitz. My name is Len Polasic, and I'm the Region 5 Director for the Wildlife Division. Today, I'll be providing you an update on wildlife operations within the coastal bend, including additional staff added within our districts, public hunting we are offering this season, and information on current research projects. Region 5 covers South Texas and consists of Districts 10 and 11, and in this slide, the individual biologists are represented by the different pastel colors within the counties. We also have the South Texas Ecosystem Project that covers the Chaparral and James Daughtry WMAs, the Coastal Bend Wetlands Ecosystem Project encompassing 5 coastal WMAs, and the Lower Rio Grande Valley Ecosystem Project covering 18 units of the Las Palomas WMA. A total of 46 staff working in the region. You likely recall that the popularity and participation in the Managed Lands Deer program has grown exponentially over time. Even though participation increased tremendously, it wasn't until TPWD started charging for participation in the program in 2021 that funds were generated to add additional district staff to the field to handle the heavy workload. These new positions were located in counties where the MLDP conservation option participation was the highest. The locations of new staff are indicated by the yellow stars on the map. The goal of the additional staff was to try and have each biologist working with 150 or fewer conservation option management units so that the biologists could conduct site visits with these cooperators every 2 to 3 years. For the 2024-2025 season, staff within Districts 10 and 11 are working with 2,277 conservation management units covering over 7.4 million acres in South Texas. Our staff within the districts and projects also work to provide quality hunting locations for the public. The counties depicted in gray offer opportunities for hunters with the $48 annual public hunting permit. These lands total more than 114,000 acres and provide dove, quail, and waterfowl hunting access within a 3-hour drive of Corpus Christi. In addition to the APH hunts, many of the WMAs, state parks, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service properties within the same counties offer drawn hunts for white-tailed deer, javelina, feral hogs, turkey, alligators, and exotic species. The Coastal Bend Wetlands Ecosystem Project is the closest to our current location in Corpus Christi. Redhead Pond WMA is a 36-acre WMA offering birdwatching opportunities within the Flower Bluff community. Within an hour drive of our location, hunters can participate in waterfowl hunts at the Guadalupe Delta WMA or take their boat to Matagorda Island for waterfowl or drawn deer hunts. Drawn hunts are also offered for whitetail, axis, and sandbar deer on the Powderhorn WMA. I also wanted to share a couple of coastal research projects our staff are participating in. The first is a Texas A&M University study testing the detectability and efficiency of multiple survey methods for rails in our coastal marshes. And the second is a Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries program and Texas State University study monitoring black skimmer populations along the Texas coast in an effort to determine environmental, biological, and human-related factors contributing to population declines within their nesting colonies. Finally, I'd like to highlight TPWD's participation in the Endangered Ocelot Reintroduction Project. Daniel Kuntz, pictured here, represents TPWD on this team, which includes U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the East Foundation, researchers at Cincinnati Zoo and Botanical Garden, Caesar Clayburgh Wildlife Research Institute, Texas A&M Natural Resource Institute, and numerous other universities, zoos, and researchers. Currently in Texas, ocelots only exist within the thick thorn scrub habitat at the Laguna Atascosa National Wildlife Refuge in Cameron County and on private ranches within adjacent counties. Due to the proximity of these populations to the coast and the potential negative impacts of a hurricane and the genetic isolation of the populations, the group will attempt to reintroduce captive bred ocelots to a location further inland, but still within the historical range. Dr. Yaskowitz joined the team last month at the groundbreaking ceremony for the captive breeding facility that will be constructed at Texas A&M University, Kingsville. Cats bred within the facility will then be transported to a soft release facility on the East Foundation's San Antonio Viejo Ranch in Jim Hogg County for conditioning before being released into the wild. This project is an excellent example of a public-private partnership to recover an endangered species. The East Foundation signed a safe harbor agreement with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to protect their rights and their neighboring landowners' rights with the release of the endangered species into the wild. Chairman, this concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioners, any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great work. Next up is Mr. Reagan Fout.
Thank you and good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Welcome to the Coastal Bend. For the record, my name is Reagan Fout, and I have the privilege of serving state parks as the Region 2 Director. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today. State Parks Region 2 stewards 14 park locations that geographically extend from Lockhart to Laredo, down to Brownsville, and up the coastline to Port Lavaca. Today's briefing will focus on 5 parks positioned within a 75-mile radius of Corpus Christi, Texas. 3 of the parks were built by the Civilian Conservation Corps, and 1 is not yet open to the public. The 5 parks include Goliad State Park and Historic Site, Goose Island, Lake Corpus Christi, Mustang Island, and Powderhorn State Parks. The Coastal Bend has long been recognized as a region with abundant natural resources. Of our 5 parks in the area, comprising of more than 8,000 acres of conserved and managed habitat, attract over 500,000 visitors each year, generating $2.7 million in annual revenue. The parks draw visitors from across Texas, the U.S., and from around the world, all of which contribute to the local economies of the Coastal Bend. A central tenet of our mission and focus for parks in the Coastal Bend is education. Last year, over 800 interpretive school groups, special events, programs were held at our 4 open Coastal Bend parks, reaching over 10,000 children and youth and 8,700 adults. One notable example of excellence for special events and education at our parks is Kidfish Event, hosted by Lake Corpus Christi State Park. Supported by multiple divisions of the department and external partners, the event has been held annually for the last 32 years, engaging hundreds of children each year with fishing and the outdoors, many for the first time. The park has also hosted other impactful programs and events, partnering with Mathis ISD to provide reoccurring after-school programs and the Corpus Christi Deaf and Hard of Hearing Center for summer campouts. The park interpreter at Lake Corpus Christi, Josie Gunter, received national recognition this past year when she was awarded the Outstanding New Interpreter of the Year by the National Association of Interpretation. Although Powderhorn State Park is not yet open, limited opportunities have been made available for public engagement and education. The park supported Texas Parks and Wildlife's Angler Education Program in providing an angler education, mentored fishing weekend, and supported the Texas Parks and Wildlife Foundation by hosting Steward of the Wild events. Additionally, the park, in cooperation with the adjacent wildlife management area, has successfully provided hunting opportunities over the last 3 years. Each year, multiple youth hunts are offered, providing opportunities to harvest game and exotic animals. Resource stewardship is another pillar of our mission. The barrier island stretching from Corpus Christi to Port Aransas, named Mustang Island, continues to experience rapid development. The importance of conserving coastal habitat has never been greater. Mustang Island State Park added 455 acres of contiguous habitat through the execution of a lease with the General Land Office. The park implements multiple habitat management activities, including prescribed fire, partnership with the nonprofit organization, the Peregrine Fund, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for ongoing Opomotto falcon research. Goose Island received the prestigious 2024 History Preservation Award from the Aransas County Historical Society. Beyond the park's commitment to steward the culturally iconic Big Tree and the impressive Civilian Conservation Corps-built Recreation Hall, the team has provided living history and heritage education programs through engagement with park visitors at local schools, libraries, County History Center, and at many county and community events. An important aspect of our service to park visitors is the ongoing efforts to make our parks more accessible. At Goliad, the park, along with our Cultural Resources Program, have partnered with Texas A&M University Center for Heritage Conservation and the Texas Workforce Commission's Chris Cole Rehabilitation Center to create tactile models of Mission Espiritu Santo. High-resolution digital scans have been used to create 3D printed models for vision-impaired visitors who, through touch, are able to see the mission architecture. The models will soon be cast in bronze and made available to visitors of the historic site. Many other new accessibility initiatives are taking place at parks across the Coastal Bend. Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Thank you. Captain Ben Baker.
Chairman, Commissioners, Director, my name is Ben Baker, and I'm your Captain Game Warden for the Coastal Bend area, Corpus Christi. Before I get started, I'd like to acknowledge some of my peers that came up here and presented. You know, in the Coastal Bend, we've got a strong relationship with the community here with Parks and Wildlife, and we have numerous divisions that operate in the Coastal Bend, and we all work very well together, creating that strong presence. Also, a couple of my peers here from our Region 8 command team, I'd like to recognize them in the back. You know, all of us, again, are our close-knit team here in the Coastal Bend, and we all work together to get the Parks and Wildlife mission accomplished. District 3 consists of 3 counties, including Live Oak, Nueces, and San Patricio. In those 3 counties, we have 13 game wardens, including Colton Thomas, Drew Garrett, John Failla, Kyle Henley, Weldon Ratman, Braden Gross, Orion Macias, James Ramirez, Ben Jenkins, Kevin Mitchell, Joseph Hendricks, Ruben Sagi, and Jacob Copeland. Our first county we're going to discuss is Live Oak County. Of course, Live Oak County, as most of you have probably been to and maybe participated in a little bit of hunting in Live Oak County, has a wide variety of hunting, including a special white wing season, including dove, a robust white-tailed deer season, turkey season, and quail season. We've got 2 water bodies in Live Oak County, including Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon Reservoir, including the Callahan unit on Choke Canyon State Park. In San Patricio County, you know, we get a little farther back to the coast, and we've got the county seat sitting. We also have Aransas Pass, Portland, Mathis, Ingleside, and Taft. Again, we have Lake Corpus Christi State Park in San Patricio, and we have Lake Corpus Christi that provides a variety of activities, including fishing and water safety opportunities. We have multiple commercial fishing operations, including fish dealers and a large fleet of shrimping vessels in Calm Brown and Aransas Pass. We also have, of course, a extensive dove season, including, again, special white wing, and we are home to the Welder Wildlife Refuge. We assist local agencies with several festivals, including Shrimpery and Windfest, also with numerous search and rescue operations, both on the coast and inland on these lakes. As some of you are probably aware of, in the latest news media, we had an unfortunate incident at Lake Corpus Christi State Park over the last couple of days. Unfortunately, had to respond, had a couple of fatalities, and again, our condolences to those families. But we also assist a wide variety of agencies on those search and rescue and recovery efforts. And Nueces County, home, of course, to the Port of Corpus Christi, providing these fabulous facilities for us to have this commission in. Very active port, 187.9 million tons go out of this port annually. Game warden activities include water safety, fishing patrols. We've got coastal waters, we go Gulf waters, we've got the Nueces River. We've got several bays, including Corpus Christi Bay, Nueces Bay, and the Upper Laguna Madre. We've got an exceptional waterfowl season, including early teal season. We do have portions of the King Ranch in Nueces County, and we have Sand Fest. Of course, one of our big attractions here in District 3 is Port Aransas. And in Port Aransas, we act as a force multiplier and an agency assist for our local Port Aransas PD in their spring break operations, which is a great way to interact with the public and make sure everybody is enjoying their spring break safely. We assist local agencies. We also have several state and federal agencies that operate out of the coastal bend, including the U.S. Coast Guard, where we have multiple operations, including our IUU initiative that we're going to discuss here in a little bit with Captain Murchison, that would go out into federal waters and, support them and support our mission on getting this IUU, taken care of. We also have Texas A&M University and Del Mar College in Corpus Christi. Again, we provide an array of activities at both those university and community college for outreach and recruitment in there and providing general I&E programs. Coastal Bend is also home to the Marine Tactical Operations Group. As you see outside, we've got the Captain Murchison out there, which is our 80-foot patrol vessel. We've got Captain Wesley Groth, we've got Sergeant Travis Hogg, and Sergeant Michael Gonzalez and Matt Strauss. Some of the MTOG responsibilities in the Captain Murchison, along with the PV Wilson, include port security, border security, long-range Gulf of Mexico fisheries, and maritime critical incidents. Just some numbers that we patrol in District 3 in our Coastal Bend District. District 3 wardens patrol approximately 2,500 square miles of land, over 7,000 acres of water, 216 miles of river, which include the Nueces River, both below and above Lake Corpus Christi Dam, also the Aransas River. We've got several bays, including Corpus Christi Bay, Nueces Bay, Redfish Bay, and the Upper Laguna Madre. And we've got 35 miles of coastline. We are also the gateway to Padre Island National Seashore and have robust activities there, include turtle cold stun events, which again we participate in with our fellow Parks and Wildlife Division. And also we have Sharkathon out there, which we also assist with, which presently we're hearing is one of the largest land-based shark tournaments in the world. And we just had it last month, and it was a great turnout, and was able to spread the message and contact numerous constituents that had a good time. Thank you so much for your time. Again, welcome to the Coastal Bend, and it's your law enforcement division here in Corpus Christi. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Thanks for your service. We certainly appreciate it. What's your number one issue from a law enforcement standpoint these days?
So from law enforcement standpoint, our number one issue is obviously going to be the safety side on law enforcement. Of course, as you know, with us being conservation law enforcement, we've got some conservation issues. But here in Corpus Christi and the Coastal Bend, with the influx of boaters that we're having on the water, we've seen an influx of some vessel accidents. And so, of course, getting on the water, making sure that our presence are known on the water, and we're taking the proper water safety enforcement actions is a number one priority. Of course, now, whenever we move in this time of the year with flounder closure, we start switching gears a little bit with waterfowl season, here and the flounder closure. Again, it still revolves around the water safety because we've got our numerous duck hunters are going out there and we try to emphasize the importance of, with the cold weather coming up, to make sure that they've got all their water safety equipment. One of our mandates on the coast here has been our IUU. And that's kind of the our Gulfing issue, again, with Captain Murchison, illegal, unreported, unregulated gear, which is coming up from the MBL, Mexican boundary line, down in Brownsville. And what we've got is we've got these commercial fishermen that are coming up and setting these long lines. So that's been an initiative of us, been an initiative of our department and division to see if we can work with our federal partners in trying to curtail some of this illegal activity. And we've had great success with it. Hopefully we'll get some new equipment in here and have some great success in the future. But those relationships are important, and kind of all that coming together at the coastal bend is really on the forefront of what we're looking at on enforcement.
And has that been a substantial issue, the illegals coming from Mexico and doing the illegal long lining?
Correct. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And so what we're seeing is we're seeing them again stemming from the MBL and coming in, and we've had reports.
MBL?
Mexican boundary line.
Okay. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry about that. And we've had them come as far north as Port Aransas. We've had long line markers, and we've had some long lines being reported this far north. Of course, we've had numerous launches wash up on Padre Island National Seashore, on, in Clayburgh, on where the, Bob Hall Pier used to be. So they are coming north. Some of their typical activities are off of Port Mansfield, 15, 20 miles off and that far north. But we have seen an increase in inactivity, and we've seen an increase in our response as well. We've been able to partner with U.S. Coast Guard, with NOAA, and some of our other federal partners to really get the surveillance out there where we can kind of attack this in a group effort and have the best response. It's just, it's one of their livelihoods, and we can see when they come in, and, we do our best to protect not only our state resources, but our federal resources as well.
Great. All right. Well, once again, thank you for your service. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. All right. Next order of business is for the Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission to hold a regional public hearing to receive public comments concerning any issue relating to the Commission's regulatory powers and duties. I'd like to introduce Jeff Pollock, Chief Strategy and Sustainability Officer.
Hi there. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, staff, and guests. For the record, Jeff Pollock. I am the Chief Strategy and Sustainability Officer here at the Port of Corpus Christi. And on behalf of our Port Commission, CEO, and executive staff, all of whom are represented, would like to welcome you to Coastal Bend and in particular to the largest energy export port in the country. Hopefully you'll have a chance to see some cargoes moving through the gateway behind us, and those cargoes are absolutely moving the needle on national GDP, balance of energy trade, and particularly energy security for U.S. allies abroad. For us as a public port authority, we're a political subdivision of the state of Texas, for whom all operational decisions are set in the context of the coastal environment. The mission and scope of Parks and Wildlife resonates very deeply. Like Parks and Wildlife, the port takes a collaborative approach and a data-driven approach to the decisions we make. And in particular, our growth and development and operational decisions are guided by quantitative performance targets that are defined in an environmental policy. And in particular, in that environmental policy, which is underpinned by 6 discrete precepts, one relates exclusively to habitat restoration and creation. We actually have a codified target of restoring or creating 50 acres of habitat, independent of any mitigation obligation, every 3 years. So that's something that we're uniquely positioned to do because thanks to maintenance activities of the ship channel out back, we're constantly generating clean sediments, and this creates all sorts of opportunities for partnerships across the state, building habitat that underpins productivity in coastal ecosystems. So with that, again, we'd like to welcome you. Wish you the best in a productive meeting today and tomorrow. And if there's anything that any of us on the port side can do to make your visit more interesting or more fun, let us know. Thanks.
Great. Question, how's your dredging project coming? Is it ongoing or complete?
So we will be, the primary reach of our ship channel, so roughly 35 miles, will be at a 54-foot depth by the middle of next year. We are in the middle of, early phase of a feasibility study to look at taking the La Quinta reach of the channel from 47 feet to 54. And we have completed federal authorization by way of an EIS to take the outer reach of the channel potentially to 75. No plans to commercialize that or put that in place. That's just a long lead optionality for us. But the 54-foot channel will be complete by middle next year.
And so what does the 54 feet do for you that you don't have capability of now?
Yeah, thanks. It's a great question. At 54 feet, we will effectively be able to fully load a Suez Max class carrier of crude with a WTI spec of crude from Texas. So whereas today, those vessels are partially loaded and then reverse lightered offshore, requiring trips by ancillary vessels, so more fuel consumption, more resource consumption, more emissions, more time. At 54 feet, we'll be able to fully load that Suez Max class vessel, which today is the largest vessel that the inner harbor can accommodate. So translates into a marked increase in efficiency.
What is that, 2 million? What do they hold, 2 million barrels?
I think it's on the order of 1.2, right?
1.2?
Right.
Okay. But they're already doing that at Ingleside, aren't they?
Ingleside has one terminal that's at 54 today.
Okay.
And again, the nuance here is that even when the channel is at 54, there's also ancillary dredging to get the berths themselves at 54, so you can utilize that deeper channel. So we do have some Suez fully loaded. We also have the largest class of crude carriers on the planet, very large cruise carriers that are partially loaded at Ingleside and then reverse lightered offshore.
Great. Godspeed. We like the exportation of crude oil. Helps everybody, so.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Yep, hold on. Yep, right.
So, Jeff, on behalf of Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission, Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, once again, thank you to you, the port commissioners, the staff for hosting us here. It's been a tremendous experience just to get to this point today and working with your team. And we're looking forward to closing it out tomorrow. You know, it's so important, the coastal bend is so important, as you just were sharing with the chairman, and the impact it has, the port has on the rest of the world. And to be here, part of that experience, just for a few days, and to soak it in here at the Port of Corpus Christi. Thank you very much for that.
We're thrilled to have you.
And I'd like to invite up the staff, Port Commission staff, leadership, and I'd like commissioners, our commissioners, to come down, and we'd like to get a photo together.
Yeah, taller people in the back.
Look at him and I'll
Okay, now the fun part. There's several people, I believe it's 13, excuse me, that have signed up to speak. It says you'll have 2 minutes to speak, and will the next person be ready? I'll have a lot of grace on that 2 minutes today. So first up, we're going to start with Jonathan Letts.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hildebrand, Commissioners, Dr. Yaskowitz. For the record, my name is Jonathan Letts, and I'm president of the Texas Wildlife Association. I'd like to start by thanking Chairman Hildebrand, Vice Chairman Bell, Commissioner Galo, Dr. Yaskowitz, and the Texas Parks and Wildlife staff for including TWA in the numerous meetings and discussions regarding developing new protocols for CWD. Our goal is to slow the spread and hopefully stop this terrible disease. TWA's position has been that any solution must be based on science, protect private property rights, inform the public, and protect the wild deer of Texas. I also want to thank Texas Deer Association President Jody Phillips. Jody and I have spent countless hours meeting with many of the individuals I just mentioned. In addition to that, we've had many one-on-one phone calls almost weekly. Our open dialogue has been most helpful and productive, and I really want to thank TDA and Jody Phillips for their assistance in developing these protocols. We believe great progress has been made in developing the new protocols to address CWD. We support the package that was published by the Texas Parks and Wildlife staff today. In addition to the rule changes, there are a number of policy changes within the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department that have been discussed, and I encourage these changes to be implemented. However, the details and specific language of the proposed changes are still a work in progress. TWA is supportive of where we are today. However, our final decision on support will be based on the final language in the rule changes, and we think that they'll be presented at the January Commission meeting. But most of all, I really just want to thank you for the hard work that the Commission staff, Jody and others have gone to get us to where we are today. It's been a great effort, a collaborative effort, and I really appreciate the time. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Jonathan. Well, really well done. I appreciate all your work, too. All right, next, Jody Phillips, Texas Deer Association President.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners, Dr. Yaskowitz. I'm Jody Phillips, President of the Texas Deer Association. I first want to thank those who have been engaged over the past several months toward the betterment of CWD regulation. Jonathan, for as he just discussed, the meaningful conversations, the ability to disagree without losing sight of our focus and our goal has been a good experience. Also, Commissioner Galo, Commissioner Bell, Chairman Hildebrand, and all the Parks and Wildlife staff for being able to have an open and good conversations and open mind. So I can't express my thanks for that enough. So our collective goal as breeders revolves around the natural resource. And with that in mind, I think over time, the act of deer breeding has morphed into this industry that is promoting conservation through commerce, and that, as we all know, the CWD regulations sometimes inhibit that. I realize there's complexities ahead through the regulatory process. However, I'm optimistic as we embrace resistance and the most aggressive approach toward disease mitigation, and utilize the tools of the double fencing, the testing, to create a bridge where breeders can work under more simplistic and knowable rules. As with all types of industries, we're always evolving, so I think it's very important to highlight this as crucial in lessening adversarial tensions, and I consider it paramount in future efforts toward becoming more proactive towards CWD instead of reactive in our future. So as deer breeders, I say this a lot, but our goal is to produce the best of what Mother Nature has to offer of whitetail and the natural resource. And I think that we can collectively achieve this if all parties are adaptable and open to new possibilities through our involvement and the evolvement, and it'll make us where we can navigate more effectively. So that being said, I know that the rules that are in place are not perfect. I know that we still have work to do, and I hope to be able to somehow get there and be able to move forward for a better future for CWD and for all stakeholders involved, something that's good for everyone. So I appreciate it.
Great. Thanks so much, Jody. All right. Next, John True.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hildebrand, Vice Chairman Bell, members of the Commission. Thanks for the opportunity. For the record, John True, I'm a deer breeder in North Texas. First of all, thank you for your leadership pursuing a new approach to the zone model. We as breeders and TDA feel like we have a seat at the table currently, and that's important, and we're thankful for that. I'm personally grateful for your work and working with staff, working through the issues of the proximity rules. On behalf of our operation and the next person that potentially falls in this unlucky position, it's important, and thank you for addressing it with the tools in our toolbox that are backed by science, and look forward to hopefully making this a reality in January. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, John. Next, Mr. Ken Baker.
Yeah, let me change the glasses here, because my good glasses are in the shop, and that's what happens when you get old. You don't see it well as you used to. First of all, my name is Ken Baker. I'm a retired state game warden captain, 41 years of service in the Rio Grande Valley. A lot of things I'd like to talk about, but I'll just dwell on one. And I ran a district office down in Brownsville for a good many years. And district offices, in terms of law enforcement, are located throughout various areas of the state. But in my observation, you know, I think that, first of all, the department needs to implement more non-commissioned personnel in those offices. In study 2, I could not run an office with just 2 secretaries. If one was on vacation, that left all the burden on one. And if she got sick, well, you just have to shut it down. And we're in the business of providing a public service to the public. You know, that needs to be looked at, you know. And you know, when the office is inadequate, when you have to put the evidence safes in the bathroom. You know, it's completely inadequate. And that's something that needs to be looked at. You know, maybe try to increase funding, or maybe some kind of a program to implement the building of these offices, perhaps even going looking at FEMA. You know, we are first responders. There may be some funds there available for first responders. But Chairman Hildebrand, Vice Chair Bell, rest of Parks and Wildlife Commission, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Mr. John Shepard.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners and Dr. Yaskowitz. My name is John Shepard. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Foundation for Conservation, and I'm a board member of the Devils River Conservancy. For the first part of my testimony, I'm speaking on behalf of both organizations. We're very encouraged to see that you have a briefing tomorrow on renewable energy that will review the impacts of wind and solar on wildlife habitat and public lands. This is an important topic, and we need to move into the future with our eyes wide open about energy sprawl. I want to be clear, we are not against renewable energy. We recognize our state's energy needs are immense and will only increase as our population grows, and we will need multiple energy resources to keep pace. However, when you put a renewable energy project in the wrong location, it ceases to be a green project. I think we can all agree it would be terrible to have a wind farm next to the Bracken Bat Cave. It would be terrible to have a wind farm in Garner State Park. When you look through that lens, it's clear that there's some areas of the state that shouldn't be developed for renewables because of the wildlife, environmental, and viewshed impacts. Likewise, the Devils River watershed is one of the most pristine and unique landscapes in the entire state, and it should stay that way so future Texans can enjoy a true wilderness experience as we do today. Texas has many, many highly disturbed landscapes, and that's where we should encourage renewable energy projects. Think about existing industrial airways, highway medians, rooftops in residential areas, parking lots, and other similar places. Finally, speaking on behalf of the Texas Foundation for Conservation, it's exciting to see these proposed land acquisitions on tomorrow's agenda. As we all know, Texas is a private land state, and so any opportunities to increase public access to the outdoors should be celebrated. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Riley Ann Price.
I love a good road trip. It's been a number of years since I've been able to be in Corpus. My husband and I have harvested quite a bit of cotton in this area in years past, and even had the opportunity to operate some experimental machinery for John Deere down here years ago. And the last time I flew to the airport in Corpus, I was delivering parts, so it was a little easier travel today. Change of scenery is always good. For the record, I am Riley Ann Price. I am from Hermely, Texas, and my claim to fame is I'm a proud cotton farmer. It's always a pleasure to be here. Today has been refreshing. It has been refreshing to hear that we have multiple agencies and task force groups working together side by side with parks in the effort to have meaningful conversations and communication in order to reach reasonable rules and regulations that can be implemented and have realistic results. That's so refreshing, and I thank you, and I thank all the parties who have been involved in that and have found a seat at that table and have had a conversation that has proven to be meaningful. I encourage the department to continue to work towards more reasonable regulations. This rule package is not perfect, but it's a starting place. It's a way forward. I appreciate this step back from zoning as a landowner. Mr. Hildebrand, I appreciate you getting me that number that I asked for last time. I watched and heard the next day. It's still written on my mouse pad next to my desk, and every day when I sit down, I think about that, and I appreciate that from you. You know, the zoning is a huge accomplishment, but we still have work to do. We have to continue to work towards a reasonable plan to eliminate the traced lockdowns. You know, these deer breeders have really put forth a huge effort, and I think that they should be commended as producers. It's hard to be a producer in the great state of Texas, and I think that they should be commended on their productive, scientific approaches to eliminate this disease and build herds with disease resistance. They should be commended for their efforts and the value that they have brought to the table trying to reach reasonable, realistic regulations. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the effort that you're putting forward, and I look forward to seeing you guys again.
Thank you, Ms. Price. Mr. Jim Mine.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners, David. I'm here on behalf of Palacios Marine Agricultural Research. I spoke at the last commission meeting. We run the only production hatchery in Texas for oysters. And as you all know, the oyster season has opened up again for harvest. And similar to last year, we've had pretty poor survey results that have led to a very few number of oyster harvesting zones being open for production. The reasons for this decline are numerous and divisive, but I think we can all agree that this is a pretty big Texas-sized problem that we're facing. It threatens our historic commercial fishery, threatens the health of our bays. I think we need to take some bold steps now to ensure a sustainable commercial fishery, to restore our oyster stocks, and to improve the quality of our bays. PMAR was built for this purpose. We're not trying to compete with other organizations. We're here for Texas waters. We're here to help oyster restoration projects, the oyster fishery, and even the new mariculture oyster industry. Next year, we can produce 300 million oysters out of our hatchery. Compare that to the estimated 50 million that were harvested this last season, or the 1 million that are coming off of the new industry of mariculture. That is a substantial number of oysters. Those oysters could be used to replenish our public reefs. They could be used to help restore or recover bays that have been threatened by storms or fresh water, like Galveston just this summer. They could be used to seed certificates of location and help expand the bottom fishery on private property, either for commercial purposes or for restoration purposes. We understand that right now the department is actually working on legislation that will allow for the deployment of our oysters, our hatchery-raised oysters, for these purposes and others to be determined. I'm here today to ask for your blessing to pursue a 4-acre research reef opportunity where we would at least like to use the time that we have now to test restoration strategies, spat on shell, direct setting, and other methods so that when we do have the legislative authority to use our oysters for restoration, we already have a plan in place to effectively use them. I think we should continue to work together to turn the tide on this oyster problem. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. You can produce 300 million oysters a year?
Yes, sir.
And at what size can you produce them?
Well, I could grow them up to about a piece of sand.
A piece of sand.
A piece of sand. And in restoration applications, the typical application is you would put them on existing oyster shell. You'd put oyster shell in a tank. It's called spat-on shell. And you would let the oysters attach to that shell and put it out on preset areas in the bay, much like they do in the Chesapeake. We're hoping to extend the research on a new, cheaper method of restoration called direct setting that allows you to take that same animal before it's attached out to a prepared area and deposit it on reef, substrate, shell, and they have proven in a pilot level in the Chesapeake that it can be effective. The value of pursuing that method and proving it on a reef scale is the cost savings is tremendous. And as you've heard about the cost of substrate from the restoration folks here today, cost is one of the biggest inhibitors of all of our restoration goals. And so we'd like the
So
opportunity
you could potentially put like spat on a degraded oyster bed and it'll cultivate and grow?
Technically, it would be called eyed larvae at that stage, but yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. Okay.
Just for the record.
And PMAR is funded by the Rochelle
Yes, sir.
family?
It's fully funded by the Ed Rochelle Foundation, who
100%.
100%.
What's your budget a year?
I just set the budget this year. Our operating costs are about $2.5 million.
$2.5 million. And your facility is where?
It's located in Palacios, Texas. It's Matagorda Bay, mid-coast.
Okay, we may come see it sometime.
I would welcome you all to come see us, and I have actually been in the process of getting various department staff to come visit us. In December, we'll have the ecosystem leads from the 3 bays closest to us.
Great. Thank you very much for your work.
Thank you for your
I
time.
have one quick question. In that
Yes, sir.
direct set method, do you have any numbers on the percentage you take? Like what's actually getting set versus what's washing away?
Yeah, so there's been 2 studies led by Dr. Jason Spires. One study by Dr. Spires, which led off of a U.S. Navy study. They're both published. I'd be happy to share those reports with you. And they found lower set success rates than in a remote setting where you put spat on shell in a tank. But given the reduced cost, we're talking 5 cents on the dollar, maybe less. I can take 1 million oysters out to a reef in a coffee cup that are in an eyed larvae state, versus spat on shell, materials handling, cost of the tanks, cost of the barge, cost of the spray down. It's worth studying, and I think we should get started.
It certainly is.
How long does it take a grain of sand to grow to a 2-inch oyster?
In Texas waters, it's 10 to 12 months.
Oh, wow.
Potentially faster if it's gone into a nursery that is a forced flow system. We have an advantage in the Gulf generally over the Northeast and the Northwest in producing a really high quality oyster at the top of the water column in terms of mariculture that competes with anything I've ever had on the East Coast.
Interesting. Great. Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Neil Wilkins of the East Foundation. Hello, Dr. Wilkins.
How you doing?
I'm fine.
Chairman Hildebrand, Commissioners, Dr. Yaskowitz, my name's Neil Wilkins. I serve as president of East Foundation. We operate here in deep South Texas across about 217,000 acres of the most beautiful South Texas rangeland you can imagine. Thank you for coming to South Texas, and thank you for being here in Corpus Christi. Our mission is to promote land stewardship through ranching, science, and education. And I'm here mainly to talk about the Texas Parks and Wildlife staff that work with us in our education programs. They're involved throughout the state in education programs, but specifically those that are working with us at the East Foundation through our Behind the Gates program. East Foundation hosts students at the El Sal's Ranch and the San Antonio Viejo Ranch for hands-on education events, and these are fully immersion events. We're catching kids before they flee. So 7th and 8th graders, 5th graders, making sure that we catch these kids before they get away, because if they get away, we will never see them again. Texas Parks and Wildlife game wardens and wildlife biologists have been a part of that program for over 13 years. And during that period, we've reached over 32,000 kids out on those ranches and over 2,000 teachers. Some of those teachers are repeat offenders. Just last week, we hosted 1,100 7th and 8th graders from Webb, Zapata, Duval, Starr, and Jim Hogg counties. Representing Texas Parks and Wildlife Department and teaching were 7 game wardens from Zapata, Starr, Jim Hogg counties, along with 4 wildlife biologists that work those same areas. These men and women represent your department well. The impact on these kids is huge, and for most of them, this is the first time they've come face-to-face with a game warden or a wildlife biologist. And for many of them, they walk away thinking, I want to be that person. And this is it is an unbelievable transformative thing. We've done that for 13 years. Some of those kids that we started off 13 years ago are in college now. And we can see their growth because of the impact of those programs. So they learn from these professionals, and they want to be like them. So the second thing I'd like to touch on really quick, if I've got 14 seconds, is to just urge your support for the proposed CWD rule package. For private landowners in South Texas, this is really important. One of the more important parts of that rule package is the requirement for retaining permanent visible identification for the release of all breeder deer. Without that, I'm afraid that the rest of the package begins to crumble. This requirement is one of the more important steps you could take to protect wild white-tailed deer in the state of Texas. Thank you for your time. Thank you for all the work that you guys do.
Thank you, Dr. Wilkins. Next up, Mary Pearl Moit.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners, Dr. Yaskowitz. My name is Mary Pearl Moit, and I currently serve as President of Texas Chapter of the Wildlife Society. I'm here today to speak in support of visible permanent identification as an important measure for managing chronic wasting disease. and to encourage a vigilant and steadfast regulation in this generational wildlife disease. To illustrate this, I'm going to deviate from my standard with facts and scientific numbers, and I'm going to tell you 3 stories from recent history. These 3 stories demonstrate how deeply this issue touches all of us, hunters, families, and professionals alike. First, my 10-year-old daughter recently took a hunter education class led by one of your outstanding staff members, Mr. Steve Hall. She came home excited, not just learning about gun safety, but also understanding what CWD is. I do talk about it a lot at the dinner table, and why it matters. She now sees the importance of why hunters need to be able to recognize and test for diseases like CWD. I look forward to sharing stories and pictures and all of the details of her first harvest, hopefully later this season. This past weekend, my second story, this past weekend, I was with a group of new adult hunters enrolled in Texas Wildlife Association's Adult Learn to Hunt program. These individuals, new to hunting, immediately grasped the severity of CWD as a threat to the publicly owned wild deer populations, the role they play in ethical hunting, and the need for stewardship through testing. All were successful in their first harvest as well. Happy to share those pictures too. Finally, a close friend of mine, a wildlife biologist, worked 12-hour days at the CWD check station in her county this same past weekend. She had several wildlife students from the Texas A&M student chapter of the Wildlife Society as volunteers. She balanced her professional duty with her role as a mentor for our future biologists, ensuring our resources are protected while modeling the responsibility to the next generation, who will live with this disease in their profession for years to come. Finally, these stories demonstrate the long-lasting impact that CWD has on our entire conservation and hunting community. We are supportive of TPWD's efforts and believe that a visible permanent identification is a vital step forward. We recognize that while CWD zones may be phased out, there is a strong need for continuous long-term planning and public awareness initiatives. This disease affects my daughter, our wildlife students, and generations of future Texas hunters. I urge you to continue to support visible ID measures and educating the public on this critical issue. It is our duty to protect our wildlife heritage, not just for today, but for tomorrow.
Thank you. Ms. Alice Emick.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Alice Emick with Blue Creek Whitetails. Mr. Patton, Commissioner Patton, I wanted to take a moment, but you were deep in thought, to congratulate you and the LA Dodgers there for a 2024 champs.
Thank you very much.
Very good. Congratulations. So, all in blue for you today. And not just Blue Creek Whitetails. But, all right, so one of the reasons why we're here, as usual, what I have seen presented here today, it falls flat on what's needed if you really wish to enact real disease mitigation. So I'm glad that it's up for discussion, but there really has to be an understanding that there's so much language missing, because I actually involved deeply with disease mitigation. And I mean, I love the division for fencing, but you need to understand the reason for it, and you need to have separate water sources and feed sources. There's so much more. And what I've noticed is nobody ever asked me. You know, we say we're represented, but Blue Creek Whitetails does not feel like they've been represented. I feel like we are out here on our own, floundering. You know, I've had to enact lobbyists. I've had to do everything I can to try to ensure that, one of the fastest growing agricultural businesses in the state of Texas was deer breeding. And now we're reduced to basically a death rattle. I mean, it's down to here. And if that's what had to happen because there were bad actors, then, so be it. But I know, and what many, many states that have never had a deer breeding pen, and they have CWD. Lots of CWD, because they test, and when you test, you find it, and it's there. And there's no, I mean, what is this correlation? How did it get there? So, I really feel that these committees, I don't think that they're, nobody's ever asked us to the table, and I've presented many, ideas and talked to other landowners and stakeholders, and we feel like we're just not being heard. We feel it's like a little select, making all the decisions. Nothing gets posted, what's talked about. I mean, I think if more people could get involved with ideas, we'll find solutions, like real solutions. It's going to be here. It's always been here. I'm a strong proponent of seeing breeders treated differently than a high-fence hunting facility. It's a different animal. It's totally, and it should be treated as well. It is a livestock disease mitigation that you have to take it. And people have done this before us that are a lot smarter at animal health for years with USD, with very deadly and infectious diseases that are highly transmissible. And guess what? They sometimes just put particle boards between the deer to ship them out of the country. There's ways to handle this. We just have to come together. And, I'm glad to see that people come together. I think, Jonathan Letts met Jody, one of the things that I had asked for at one of the legislators' office. And, everybody has the same wish. We want to do what's best for Texas. And I would hope that you would encourage people on some of these committees to reach out and ask for us to have a seat at this table.
Okay.
Thank
you, Ms. Emig. Next, Jesse Gilbert.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Dr. Yoshkowitz. I'm Jesse Gilbert with the Texas State Aquarium here in Corpus Christi, Texas. And I wanted to thank the Commission and TPWD for 35 years of partnership, and most recently the collaboration with the aquarium and our wildlife rescue program. The aquarium operates the largest coastal wildlife rescue program in the country, and recently with leadership of the Parks Department, we were able to create the country's first ever emergency operations center for wildlife. It has put Texas at the tip of the spear from a wildlife disaster standpoint, and it's put Corpus Christi and the coastal bend in the limelight. We also have two new initiatives coming, a research center to research disease and to research some of the different challenges that wildlife are facing, both coastal and terrestrial. We are now the only American ocelot rehab center, so if an ocelot does get injured in the wild, it'll come to the Texas State Aquarium here in Corpus Christi, Texas, and be rehabbed. So there's a lot of initiatives happening. It's with the Parks and Wildlife Department. We just want to thank you for that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Walter Martin.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hildebrand, Vice Chairman Bell, and all the commissioners. My name is Walter Martin, for the record, and I'm speaking on behalf of my family's West Wind Ranch in Zavala County. Our ranch is near 3 positive CWD breeding facilities. It's been brought to our attention that this commission will take up proposed rules and regulation changes regarding CWD beginning in January at the commission meeting. My family and I support all the published proposed CWD changes, with our #1 priority being the visual ID ear tag must be permanent on all pen-raised deer after release so that these animals can be identified by all landowners. It has been documented that several pen deer have escaped from multiple high-fence facilities, including breeding facilities. Thus, we can, with a high degree of certainty, know that pen-raised deer are escaping from their release sites. In last year's November hearing, many of the proponents for the breeder stated it was the landowner's right to remove the tag after it was released. As a landowner, I disagree with that argument because private landowners do not own any deer, neither native or captive. The entire whitetail herd is owned by the public, upheld by the Texas Supreme Court ruling of 2020. Whitetail deer are a natural resource and regulated by Texas Parks and Wildlife with the advisement and recommendations of this commission. It is under this regulatory authority that we support Texas Parks and Wildlife and this commission's approval and implementation of all published changes regarding CWD so that the public's interest is protected. On a personal note, I'm a United States Marine Corps veteran and want to thank Vice Chairman Bell for his service to our country and to wish you a happy Valentine's Day next Monday. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Final speaker, Mr. Kevin Davis.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners, Dr. Yaskowitz. For the record, my name's Kevin Davis with the Texas Deer Association, and I'm here today basically to tell everybody in this room thank you for the continued efforts to try to find middle ground, to try to bring a reasonable approach, to try to find value in every part of this multifaceted response to CWD. It's apparent to me that all of this commission has remained engaged and interested in the discussion, and it's really nice to see. I really want to thank you for that. I want to particularly thank Dr. Yaskowitz for just a second because, and Craig Bonds. Craig and I have been friends for a long time and colleagues. I'm getting to know Dr. Yaskowitz better. I will tell you that we've had multiple discussions over the last few months where something in the discussion wasn't clear or vague or whatever, and whenever I've called, either I try not to bother Dr. Yaskowitz too much, but I'll burn Craig's phone up, and they're both always responsive. Obviously, we need to also thank Alan Kane today for his presentation because that was a very in-depth discussion about what this rule package looks like. And he took a very complex set of issues, placed them in separate buckets and discussed every one of them and made it a little bit easier to follow. It is difficult to follow, but he did a good job on that. Obviously, with the bucket approach there are items in some of those buckets that some people agree with and some of those buckets that other people agree with or don't agree with. There's a lot of opinions. But what I see mostly is folks coming together to try to figure things out. And that's simply not a bad thing. I think everybody that's been involved in the discussion deserves kudos for that, especially y'all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. All right, have I missed anyone? If not, Dr. Yaskowitz, this commission has completed its regional public hearing, and I declare us adjourned at 4 p.m. You guys have a good evening.